Hello, hello. I hope you can all hear me. And I wanted to welcome you all to the second edition of the Wrobocon conference about robot framework. I wanted to say I am very, very grateful to all of you, all of our participants, all 200 and more of you, and all the speakers that you have agreed to join us today. I wanted to introduce you to our host today. Of course, there will be me and the other colleague is Krzysztof Rzymkowski, who is my work colleague, the senior QA at Nice Project. I am the QA lead. Our team has created the idea behind the conference last year, and hopefully some of you have been able to join us also last year. If you didn't, then all the materials are available on YouTube. So I encourage you wholeheartedly to go check them out. There were some very interesting presentations then. So all the best. I am personally involved with Robot Framework for some 12 years now. So in 2011 was the first time I have been using Robot Framework as a relatively small company, and it was a love from the first sight. And since then, I have been using the tool every time I got the opportunity to do so. And for the last couple of years, approximately 4 years, we are steadily using Robot Framework as the main automation tool at our main project at Nice Project. So Krzysztof, why don't you say a couple of words for yourself?
So, hi, first of all, it's nice to see all of you here. It's a great crowd. So, when it comes to me, my journey with Robot Framework started 5 years ago when I started working at Nokia. So it was actually my first experience with test automation. And yes, I think it's also in my case love at first sight. I like the tool very much. In the meanwhile, I used several other frameworks, but yeah, I think Robot Framework suits me best. So yeah, so let's hear today more about Robot Framework.
Okay. I have a long list of people that I want to thank for helping this event to come together. So first of all, very very big shout out to all the speakers and people who will be sharing their knowledge today. Mm, Apart from the speakers, we also have one person that is not speaking today, but will take a voice during the panel discussion at the end of the event. So thank you very much for that as well. This year's event, in comparison to the last year's event, was also organized with help of the organizational committee. Last year, I proposed that we don't want this event to be only nice project conference about robot framework, but we want to create a community event for robot framework in Poland. So I proposed and we reached out to the community who would like to help us make it happen. And very, very nicely, Agnieszka Żminkowska and Mateusz Nojek both agreed to help us out. And I wanted to thank you both for keeping tabs on us and on me personally, and for your awesome ideas and propositions. Many of them have reflection on today's event. I also wanted to thank the whole Robot Framework Foundation because they have prepared quite a surprise, and I hope you will be all satisfied with their proposal, and for general support of the event and not keeping monopoly on creating Robot Framework related conferences. There was also a whole team of people at Nice Project, starting with Jan Lewandowski and Maria Rybakowska, who were responsible for promoting the event, so creating the website and running social media campaigns. I suppose most of you have learned about the event in some of those ways, and this wouldn't be possible without them. So thank you also for this. There were some costs related to the event, and Nice Project agreed to cover those costs. And thank you, our CEO, for this. And of course, there are partners who helped us with promoting the event. Those partners are Capgemini in Wrocław, Testerzy.pl, and the organization Trójka. So 3QA for those who don't speak Polish. This is a tester organization in Gdańsk, Gdynia, and Sopot in Poland. And of course, if any one of you at any time has helped us spread the word about our meeting today, thank you also personally for that. Last but not least, there will be some of you who will be watching this not live, but someday later. So thank you also for your trust and interest in what we have to propose for you today. Okay, Krzysztof, can you take us through the order of the day?
Yeah, of course. So there will be 6 talks. We begin with the talk from Gojko Ajit about given when then with style. Then we have Kasia Wawrzynek, who will be talking about RDP connection service. Then there is Patrick Kumor with the project Wrobocon or extreme testing in public projects. Then we have a talk from Łukasz Kurzaj, who will be talking about cloud native pipelines, so robot framework with friends. Then we have a 1 hour lunch break. And after the lunch, we come back even stronger with Bartłomiej Hirsch with maintaining test automation quality. Then we have our guest from the foundation, Ed Menlove, and he will be talking about the next 15 years of robot framework. And the cherry on top, this is the panel discussion with our experts and Bartek Hirsch, Mateusz Nojek, Patrick Kumor, and Ed Menlove will be our experts, and I will have the pleasure to be the moderator of this talk. And between every talk, we have a 10-minute break. So you can grab a coffee or you can use the opportunity for networking. But all about this, Adam, can you say more words about this detail?
Yeah, we have quite a rich platform, so it is possible to chat and ask questions. I would like to encourage you all to do so. The speakers are not here to just spread their message, but to answer any questions that you might have. So in the right top corner of your screens, you should have the Q&A section, and there is a button to ask questions. We have some colleagues here helping out with transferring those questions to the backend. So we will have the opportunity at the end of every talk to ask those questions to the speakers. If you feel like tweeting or sharing the event even now, please feel free to do so. The registrations are open until the end of the day today. So if anyone else wants to get the surprise and promo code from Robot Framework Foundation to the Wrobocon conference, this is a good opportunity to grab a last minute ticket, so to say. About the networking, Krzysztof, you asked me to tell you about it. On the left side of your screen, just below the stage, there is a button for networking. It is possible to grab anyone from the audience and invite them to a quick chat, video chat, or just chat message. And there is also an option for speed networking, where the algorithm will try to match you with someone random who also is partaking in this activity. This year, we didn't select to have an apart block of time for speed networking, but feel free to do it in any time that you wish. And also during random times of the day, we will be displaying a little bit QR code in the corner. You can scan this code and tell us more about yourself. We are very curious to know you and learn how you found out about our event, and if we can engage you in some way in the community in the future. So hopefully the platform will not do us a bad thing and will record the event automatically. I very sincerely hope so. They introduced some changes some time ago because our last platform was bought out by Ring Central, but I hope they didn't manage to break anything so far. So as soon as the recording is available, we will make it available to you as well. And it will be published on the YouTube channel of Wrobocon in some months. So when we will be getting ready to start a next conference, hopefully we will do so. Okay, I think that's it for the opening statement. And we will hear each other. No, not each other. We will start in 3 minutes with the presentation from Gojko Adzic about Given When Then with Style. See you then.
See you.
And today I'm going to be talking about designing good test cases. The talk is called Given When Then with Style, but it's not really about given when then as a format. I know this is a robot framework conference, and I wanted to give you something that would be applicable to robot framework and actually any tool that you want to use for automating test cases. So we're going to look at what I think are 5 really important rules, how to save a ton of time maintaining, writing, executing, and defining test cases. I used to work a lot as a consultant helping teams do this. For the last couple of years, I've mostly been working on my own product. That's Nerakit. Nerakit helps people create videos easily. One of the things it does is it helps developers convert Markdown into video. So, for example, you can have a Markdown defined like this, where you extract some video frames, you add some text-to-speech narration, and then you kind of make a video from that. The reason why I'm mentioning this is that I'm the only person working on this. I'm the product manager, the pre-sales person, the sales guy, the post-sales support, developer, software support, and tester. And in order to make this work on my own, the tool has about 2.5 million users a month now. I need to be very effective maintaining and defining software tests. So this has gotten me kind of to think about the purpose of what I'm doing quite a lot, because I can't afford to waste time on ineffective test cases. At the same time, I need a ton of test cases so I can do all of this on my own. And it's gotten me to think about what are some universal rules that I can apply to help me do this. And that's kind of what I want to talk about. So I will use given, when, then as a format for describing what we are going to do today and how we're going to kind of use it, but that's more because I'm familiar with this format and I'm not that familiar with Robot Framework, unfortunately. But I said, we're going to look at some rules that are universally applicable. And I think kind of quite importantly, I don't really see a big difference between something that's described like this with keywords given, when, then, and executes in Cucumber or SpecFlow or something like that, and something that looks like this. That's kind of more kind of robot frameworky or fitnessy or something like that, that can then look at some keywords, execute keywords. For me, given, when, then is basically a pattern of defining test cases. Given some hand value, when the dealer takes an action, then the action is like this. And there's not a lot of difference between kind of a gherkin file or something like this. And at the end of the day, there's not a lot of difference between something like this and something like this. That's kind of a visual test case. This is a way that I'm describing test cases for a different product I was working on called MindMap, where there's a lot of complexity in visual look and feel. And we had to have a huge test coverage for visual look and feel, because that's what was the selling point. So we had, like, given some precondition, given we're setting a label like this, when we kind of render the two nodes, then it's going to look like this. So given, when, then is a way of just describing test cases. This is nice documentation it renders in Markdown, but it's also a fully automated test I can execute, and I can then say, well, this is what I expected to happen, this is what actually happened, this is the difference. You know, is this a bug, is this not a bug? We can look at this thing from many different perspectives. And it's quite an effective way of designing test cases. So given when then is a way of kind of thinking about testing more than a way of kind of specifying things in Gherkin. And given when then is a way of describing test case that at least kind of my understanding is the first occurrence of this was with a tool called JBehave in 2006, when Dan North and Liz Keogh were talking about getting business users to engage better with developers and testers around defining good business-oriented test cases, and they wanted to get people to stop thinking about all the kind of technical stuff around it, just think about what are the business scenarios there. But given when then, if you go a few years back in history from there, you look at Gerard Mezarosh's book on effective X-unit testing patterns, he talks about something very similar. He just calls it differently. He says to define effective unit tests, you need to have arrange, act, and assert. And kind of what that means is prepare all the preconditions, then act on them, and then kind of look at all the assertions. Don't mix them up. If you mix them up, things are really, really difficult to understand. You go a bit back in history. Well, there's kind of Alistair Cockburn writing about effective use cases. He talks about a precondition, a trigger, and a post-condition. And we can go back, and I'm sure that if we went all the way back to ancient Egypt, we'd find some kind of way of describing this thing with hieroglyphs. I actually kind of tried to figure out how given when then would translate into hieroglyphs using a Google tool called Fabricus, and it says, well, you know, you get something and then you get something and you get something else. And what I really like is kind of this guy thinking about it at the end. And I think that's a really, really important piece of the whole puzzle. Like if we describe things with given when then well, then we are able to think about this in a much, much better way. And that's kind of what I want to get you to start maybe thinking about. One of the things that's really important about designing good test cases, it doesn't really matter what tool we use, or whether they're manual or whether they're automated, is figuring out what relates to what and are we doing the right thing. And for that, I really love given when then as a phrase because it gives us the sequence. For me, the most important aspect of given when then is actually the sequence of these three concepts. It's arrange, act, assert. It's precondition, trigger, postcondition. Is what do we describe first, what do we describe next, and how do we make it very, very clear what's going on. If we don't respect that, then we get a mess like this. We get, oh, I click here, 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 and then I do this, and then when I do this, and then I do this. This is not given when then. It's a different type of information pattern. It's mixing preconditions and postconditions. It's mixing steps. It's mixing evaluation. It's a very easy way to automate what was previously a manual test, but it's not a necessarily good way of conveying the information. So the way I think about given when then is mostly as a documentation pattern. It's not a language for automating things, because automation is easy once we have something that makes sense to automate. For me, the key thing here is really the sequence, and the purpose of splitting given when then or arrange act assert or precondition trigger postcondition is to clearly separate inputs and outputs so we can reason about them. So I can say, well, I see that the result here is 10%, but why? Like, what brings me to 10%? Is it like the fact that the user is logged on, so we give them 10%? Is it the fact that Mike is logged on? Maybe Mike has something special about him. Is it that we've bought this thing, or does that give me 10%? Or is it, why is it like that? So once we kind of clearly separate inputs and outputs, we can reason about them, and people continuously keep using these tools to program in plain text. Please, please, please don't. Yes, it's possible to do that, and yes, these tools make it easy to program in plain text, but there's lots and lots of programming languages that are better than English or Polish or Finnish or something else. Programming languages are really good for describing automation. Let's not try to kind of automate stuff in English. And what we can start thinking about is once we separate out preconditions and triggers and post conditions and clear up what's going on, we're probably going to divide a big mess of things into 5 or 6 things that are much, much clearer, much more to the purpose, much better defined. And then we can actually start reasoning about them. I can say, well, these are the preconditions, this is the trigger, this is the post condition. Does this make sense? Can I discuss this with a business user? Can I show it to somebody and talk about, well, is this even correct? Why is it like this? What's going on here? And this kind of brings me to the next step. I think clearing up given, when, then as a sequence is really, really good as a first step in clarifying test cases or refactoring test cases, because it helps us then start reasoning about, well, should this even be here or not? Do I need to have this, or is this just noise? And one of the things that's really interesting to think about is, why are we describing kind of given the user mic logs on? Is this important for the process of testing, or is this important for the purpose of executing a test? All these tools, Robot Framework, Cucumber Fitness, Concordion, they all kind of have a similar way of architecting things. And they allow us to describe some automation that talks to the system under test, and they allow us to describe some kind of human readable thing that talks to the automation. Now, this line over here is very easy. This kind of almost nobody has a problem defining the line between the system under test and the testing framework around that system, because we know what's production code, what's testing code. But defining the line on the top, figuring out what should go into the top level description, what should go into the automation, is a lot more difficult. Like, should a user mic logs on be here or here? And how do we describe it, and where do we describe it? Now, what's interesting about this stuff is that thinking about what should go where is also a question of, well, how do we maintain these things, and how do we understand these things easily in the future? And I think both are very, very tightly connected, both of these questions. And one kind of heuristic I like to use, it's not always correct, but it's a really good starting point, is to think about, is mic logging on important just for the purpose of the test? Or is it important just for the process of executing a test? Like in a case of a discount, does the discount depend on mic logging on, or is it just a way of getting to kind of that screen? And then kind of thinking about putting kind of what's important for the purpose of the test in the top level thing, and putting how we get there, things that are important for the choreography of a test, into the automation layer. The reason why these two things are important, and splitting them is important, is that they're likely to change at different times. What we are testing is going to change when the business logic changes. How we are testing is going to change depending on where we inject the testing framework, depending on the design of the application. So we can decide, well, for this specific test, we do need to go through the user interface. So we're going to click, 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 click here. Or for this specific test, well, we can narrow it down to a business component that's maybe a Java class or a .NET class or some microservice, and that's going to affect the how. Also, if we change the design of the application not to require a person to log on before we go to the shopping cart, then the logic of calculating the discount doesn't change, but how we kind of get there might change. And splitting out what and how is really, really important, because they will change at different times. Splitting out what and how is also important because it lets us reuse automation for many, 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 many test cases. So that, say, when we change session management, we don't have to go through 700 test cases and update them, we change them in one place. At the same time, it allows us to actually kind of focus on, well, I'm changing my design from synchronous to asynchronous. Well, I'll just update it here. I have the business logic test to prove that I've not broken any business logic. Or we are kind of adding new business functionality. We can reuse the automation layer. So dividing what and how becomes really, really important for maintaining these test cases. But what and how are not the only pieces of information we need. What I think is really, really important is, once we kind of specify what and automate how and figure that out, documenting the why. Understanding things so we can come back to them 6 months later and say, well, this thing is no longer 10, it's now 12. Why was it 10? How do we understand, is the code right or is the test case right? How do we understand if the test case is obsolete? And I think that's very, very important. It's also very important to be able to kind of show these things and discuss them with the team, discuss them with other people. So kind of document the why, explain the purpose, and then kind of divide what and how. In this case, let's assume that the purpose of this is that we want to apply volume-based discounts to encourage people to buy more. And it's all about the number of tickets they buy, not the kind of total price. Then when they kind of buy 2 tickets, the discount is 10%. This lets us actually have a good discussion with business users, like, do we really care just about the number of tickets? What if I buy 10 very cheap tickets? Should that qualify for a discount, or should we actually go for a price? Like if I buy 2 expensive tickets, or if I buy a single expensive ticket, should we give people a discount? What do we really want to encourage? What's the business model here? Documenting the why helps us discuss these things and understand them in a more kind of systematic way. Also, this then helps us figure out, is this thing the right thing to do? And it helps us review these things far into the future. One of the interesting things to think about is, at what point does an automated test bring value? And I think from my experience, an automated test brings value in exactly 2 cases. It brings value the first time it passes. If we did not have the discount calculation, we add this discount calculation, we kind of get this thing to pass, I know that it's going in the right direction. I know I can kind of maybe show this to a user to get some feedback, or we can start adding more cases. But after that, this test passing doesn't really give me useful information. The next time this test brings value is when it fails. Think about this. Imagine you have 700 test cases like this in your testing system, and then you run them and they pass. You don't do really anything. You run them again, they pass, you don't do anything. You run them again, they pass, you don't do anything. You run them again, 6 months later, this thing fails. Now, that's when you jump. You look at this and say, the system is telling me now the discount is 15%. Should this be 15% or 2% or 10%, or how much should it be? Maybe we have a bug, maybe we have a misunderstood requirement, maybe we changed something over here and that had an impact on this and we didn't understand it has an impact on this. So a failing test provides value. So the next really important thing to think about when we're describing these things is to understand that the value is a lot more frequently going to be about discussing failures and understanding failures than it is going to be necessarily kind of understanding it the first time around. So my third rule for designing good test cases is to make it really easy to understand what went wrong when it goes wrong. Did the infrastructure explode, so we just need to rerun the test case? Was there an unexpected impact that we kind of didn't think about, so we need to go back to the business users? Or do we just have a bug? And how easy is it to understand the bug? So by focusing on understanding failures, we make it easy when we have like thousands of these things to quickly navigate to and pinpoint what do we need to fix, rather than going through and fixing stupid stuff that doesn't necessarily need fixing. I mentioned that kind of this product I'm working on is helping people build videos, and there's a lot of testing stuff I need to do around that, and videos are not necessarily deterministic. Video encoding is lossy by definition, and kind of comparing bits and bytes might not even give me what I want. What I want is are people kind of what they see, is this going to be good or not? And I use a lot of test cases like this, where I would have a scenario saying, well, if you paint a slide, if you paint some text on top of a video, what does that look like? I'll generate the video and then I'll divide it into keyframes, I'll render an image, and I'll compare it to a previously expected image in this case. So when we do something like this, the key thing to understand is if something goes wrong, how easy is it to spot the diff? And I've really optimized kind of these things to look at the stuff like, okay, in this case, I can see that the different thing is kind of on every frame, I have a tiny different line there. Is that line because of the rendering of the slide on top of the video, or is that line because of the infrastructure, or is that line because of a font or something like that? So this is an example where I've actually caught myself doing something very stupid. I've changed a font on the system and it broke a bunch of tests. And instead of kind of trying to figure out how do I fix the tests, I've realized, well, Goiko, you're stupid, you changed the font, it had kind of a negligible impact, but it had, broke some tests. I just reverted the font, changed it, passed, and it's all okay. It helped me figure out what kind of stuff I need to do and was this important or not. So optimizing the diff, optimizing how we look at the failures and understanding the failures quickly is really, really important. So kind of, here's a couple of ways of how we can make it easy to understand failures. What's really important is to make sure that each output can be explained with inputs, that we have the right inputs there, that we have the right outputs, and that's why given when then again is a really interesting first step, because it helps us separate these things. Once we can kind of figure out is the output explained by the input, then we can kind of make sure that the action is clear. Are we kind of testing one thing? Are we testing many different things? And then kind of really removing everything else. Kind of looking at this stuff, like I have a timestamp I really don't need here. And it was my mistake for putting stuff like that into the test case. It's an output that doesn't need to be there. Can just remove it and make the test case a lot more resilient. So kind of going back to the example of kind of the bonus discount I started looking at, well, how do we know if given, a user puts 2 tickets in, the user gets a 10% discount? Why is it a 10%? Where does the 10% come from? We're missing some information. We cannot explain this output with inputs. So that means we've kind of removed too much in the cleanup. And I think kind of we can start looking at, well, how do I explain this? I can add an input saying, well, given some discounts are configured, well, the minimum, if you put 2 is 10%, if you put 5 is 15, if you put 10 it's 20, then I can explain this output. And we start getting into kind of describe the why, figure out, that it's going to help us understand whether the example is correct. Once we have the example, can we explain the output with the inputs? Are we missing something? Do we have too much? Do we have inputs that don't need to be here? Like I've mixed, removed mic and things like that. And now we can look at, well, executing this. Where do I execute it? Do I actually need to execute it through the user interface? And then the automation layer can do click, 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 click. Do I need to execute it by sending an API call to the discount engine? Do I need to execute it by bringing 5 databases, 3 microservices, and something like that, and doing that? And we can then, on a test by case basis, decide where this thing needs to go. Now, we're better than we were before. We're kind of getting into a situation where this is almost good. But most people stop here, and I think now we have a really nice opportunity to make sure that we have a good test case, because this is a rubbish test case. It looks sensible, you can kind of syntax parse it, but it's not really testing anything important, or it's not really proving anything important. One of the key things that kind of I've realized looking at this, working as a consultant, is kind of really everybody's going to agree on a happy day scenario. Testing a happy day scenario like this is, yes, it might give you some good feedback, but it might mislead you into thinking that you finished the job and there's a million other things missing. So one of the kind of really important things a good test case needs to do is cover the edge cases, cover the boundaries, because that's where people's understanding falls apart. Instead of just thinking about what are the positive things we can do, we need to look at where do these values change? Where do we move from 10% to 15%? Are we doing it the right way? Is 5 is a discount boundary? Does that mean equal or less than 5, or does that mean equal and greater than 5, or does that mean exactly equal to 5? Because lots of different people coming from different backgrounds will have different understanding of this. And especially if you work with a larger team, the more people you have, the better the chance for misunderstanding. I've mentioned that, this is really not about a specific testing tool, and you can apply this to many different types of test cases. And just to demonstrate this, I'm going to use a visual example. Wireframes, what people often don't understand, are just examples, like given when then, like any kind of keywords you can have in robot framework or something like that. And if you start thinking about wireframes as examples, lots of other interesting opportunities open up. A designer might say, I want it to look like this. And then we can say, okay, that's a happy day scenario. What variables do we have here? We have like the starting and the ending airport, and we have the price, and we have the time of the flight. Well, what are the edge cases? What are the boundaries? What if there's a connecting flight? Well, okay, if there's a connecting flight, you can add kind of another kind of item there. What if I connect 10 times? What if I connect 15 times? What if there's not enough space on the screen for that? How do I show that? How do I, how many times can I connect? Well, here we also have a boundary like, okay, these are all on the same date. What if I go to New Zealand? I will start on one date, I will land on another. How do I show that? We have here a price that fits neatly on the screen. What if I'm doing something in Polish zloty or Icelandic kroner and it can go very big? Do I reduce the font? Do I show K for thousands? What do I do? I mean, there's lots of these interesting questions that can come out of this that are all the boundaries of this thing, and they're all important to document to make sure that we have shared understanding, to make sure that we don't have to go back and redo every time somebody develops something. One of the really interesting things about testing and defining test cases is that it helps us provide feedback. It helps us play around with this stuff faster than developing a software system. Yes, we can go through all these test cases by developing a software system, showing it to people, getting them to play with it, and then they can complain. Or we can get them to complain on a wireframe or a piece of textual information. I think from my perspective, one of the most important lessons I've learned working as a consultant is that it's very, very difficult for people to tell you what they want up front, but they can very easily complain. So offer them stuff to complain about, and test cases are very often concrete enough so we can complain. So instead of just thinking about one positive scenario where kind of we have, that's enough, that's 10, we really need to kind of dig in deep and start looking at edge cases. Do we go to kind of 11 tickets? What happens? Is it always 11? Is it less than 10? Where do values change? How many things do we need to do to document all of these boundaries? And then what's really interesting is that if we have too many boundaries, we probably have a design issue. If you have something that has so many boundaries, it's difficult to describe as a test case. That probably means it's going to be really, really messy to describe in code. It's going to be really messy to evaluate from a business perspective, and we're missing some design or domain concept there that we need to go back. We need probably to add another level of abstraction. We need to redesign the system a bit and explore it. I think that's another kind of reason why focusing on boundaries is so important. It gives us feedback on our understanding about the domain. Ultimately, kind of once we start doing this, we can start looking at, well, how do we capture this information in a way that is easy for people to comment on and understand and think about things, which brings me to kind of the final really important rule that I wanted to talk about is making these things easy to use. And one of the kind of most important aspects of making these things easy to use for me is to structure it in a way that business people, developers, testers can consume easily, can understand easily, can discuss and collaborate on. And this means that we need to give people the edge cases. The edge cases are where the understanding breaks down. The edge cases are where we will have all these kind of learning and discussions and a ton of other things. The edge cases are important to document, but the edge cases are really difficult to grasp. You can't just throw difficult edge cases at people and expect that they'll get it immediately. So in order to get the edge cases easy to understand and easy to work with, we need to provide people with a good structure to understand this stuff. And a good structure is what given when then is about. It's letting people separate out the preconditions from post conditions. It's splitting out the what and how. It's focusing on the important things. And at the end of the day, when we have a good structure, we can then help people lead in and understand what's going on easier by showing them some usual examples. Happy day scenarios, in this case, have a place because they help us understand the context. So the way I like to kind of think about structuring good test cases, the way I like to help think about structuring multiple scenarios, complex features is, well, first, provide people with a couple of usual examples, things that are always or never, things that will be easy to understand, that help somebody think about the problem a bit, and prepare them for understanding all the complex, difficult edge cases, prepare them for understanding all the kind of complexity that's going to come later. And usual examples will help you also define a good structure. They will help you understand what are the important inputs, what are the important outputs, what is the relationship between these things. Once we have a good structure, we can then look at defining edge cases and exploring edge cases by thinking about this thing. Well, this is a number. What are edge cases for numbers? Edge cases for numbers are, well, negative, around zero, very big, very small. If we have, say, dates, what are the edge cases for dates? Well, we have a date in the past, a date in the future. We have a non-working day, maybe leap year, leap day, leap second. We can have all strings. Well, if this is a string, we can look at Unicode, we can look at string length, we can look at empty string, we can look at strings with only spaces and things like that. And it helps kind of drive all these edge cases that sometimes you don't want to keep them, sometimes they're going to point out to some really important knowledge. And structuring these things then that are easy to understand becomes important. And here we go back to kind of this start case that I started refactoring. We have a description on the top that says, well, the title of this is bulk purchases. And we have some paragraph describing that. Why is that important? We want to incentivize people. We want to kind of figure out what's going on. And then we can have multiple types of bulk purchases described as scenarios. For example, one volume discount scenario, again, for ticket sales, volume discounts, we can explain why. We can then have some kind of global setup of this that's unique to a whole set of examples. And then we can have, like, given this boundary, then it's this, given this boundary, it's that. And we can start with kind of simpler things and go into more complicated things. This applies to both examples within a group and then kind of more complicated scenarios where maybe we have a mix of different types of discounts that are interacting with each other. Like if I have a volume-based discount and a price-based discount, which one wins? Do we take the largest discount or the smallest discount? And we can combine these things into something that's easy to understand. So kind of doing these things is important because we get something that is both the documentation and a test case. Doing these things is important because it helps us maintain these things easier. If I want to change how my discount limits work, all I have to do is update this. I don't have to go and update all the automation. If I want to add another level, I can just add a few more examples here and kind of run these things without going and updating 700 test cases. At the same time, if I change some kind of design of the application thing, if I move from buttons to labels, if I move from clicking to tapping or scrolling or something like that, I don't have to update this. I can update it in the automation layer. 6 months later, if one of these things fails, I can easily understand what's going on. I can kind of see the case that failed. I can see whether it failed because things have changed across everything, therefore the infrastructure is wrong, or things have changed only in one case, therefore we are kind of not calculating it correctly. And I can then go and kind of discuss potential fixes with my colleagues and with my business users. So kind of to start summarizing this, I think there's kind of 5 important things to remember about designing good test cases that apply to pretty much any tool that you might want to use, and any type of test that's automated that you might want to use. These things don't apply to manual exploratory tests, but designing a unit test, designing a technical integration test, designing something that you're going to put in robot framework or Cucumber or fitness, really kind of there's not much difference from a testing design perspective. One is that given when then is a useful information pattern. It's a useful way of describing the preconditions, the trigger, and the post conditions of a use case, of a unit test, or of an acceptance test. And the reason why it's important is it helps us see the critical bits. It helps us reason and discuss about the critical bits so that then we can talk about, well, which of these things should actually go into the automation layer? Which of these things should actually stay in the top level documentation layer? And do we understand why the outcome in this case is like that? Can we explain each output with the inputs? Are we missing any inputs? Do we understand where things are? So then we can document the why. What I mean by documenting the why is almost all these tools have some way of putting plain text there that's not going to be automated. You can put some headings, you can put descriptions, you can put some kind of textual freeform thing, and these things are really, really good to capture the purpose of what we're going to do. Then we kind of specify what we're doing and automate the how. Next, we need to structure these things so that if they fail in the future, they're easy to kind of dissect, they're easy to understand. That means that we need to figure out that we have all the right preconditions in place. We kind of focus on one thing to test so that we can understand one thing that went wrong. We have a clear relationship between inputs and outputs. We have a good way of describing the diff. We have a good way of showing just the part that failed and zeroing in on that, so we can optimize for human involvement. We can optimize for your time when a failure happens and the time of your business users, rather than understanding 700 kind of broken test cases that are all over the place. And once we have that, that's kind of a really good structure to start thinking about, do we have the right test coverage? Please, please, please don't stop at the happy day scenarios. Don't stop at kind of the sunny cases. When you give business users, oh, you know, what do you want? They'll always describe the expected stuff. Testers are always going to focus too much on kind of the negative stuff. Bringing it all together is important because a misunderstanding happens around the boundaries. Understanding where all the boundaries are, understanding what kind of boundaries we're thinking about, and getting that in place is important. Making sure that we have the same expectations around these boundaries is important, documenting that, and at the end of the day, automating that becomes important. A good business edge case is a good test case, and we want to keep running these things in the future. And then finally, to make sure that things are easy to use, we want to help people understand those documents easily, get gradually into the thematics. So get some usual examples, happy day scenarios, always, never cases, to help people understand the problem space without getting too lost in the edge cases. Then make sure that there is a good structure of this, where we have a table, where we have kind of given and then, we are kind of, the relationship is clear. And when we have a good structure, we can look at, well, what inputs does this structure expose? Are they numbers? Are they dates? Are they strings? Are they a combination of things? And then we can get testers to apply testing heuristics to come up with really good edge cases, to define those, to capture those, and make sure we have a shared understanding across the whole spectrum of these edge cases. So remember the acronym USE: usual usual cases, structure, edge cases. That's pretty much it. Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we are going to have a good discussion session now after this.
So thank you, Goiko. And now for the Q&A. Welcome live on the stage. Fortunately, we have some questions coming in, and we can discuss. I must say, I really like your approach for treating the test cases as the business information pattern. It's not very popular, unfortunately, but it's something that I personally strive to introduce in my team and in the projects that I'm part of. So first of all, how would you approach introducing this way of thinking and working in a project that you join and it's already mature and there are so many requirements and they are maybe not documented and written down?
So I think there's two main approaches to that. One is basically just do it as you're changing things. If you have some software, it provides some value, maybe it has some bugs, maybe not. As you said, it's not kind of documented, maybe, but whatever is there is there. So you don't have to change things just for the purpose of changing it. You get the new requirement, you get the change to do, you do a bit of test automation on that, you do another one, you do a bit of test automation on that, and then gradually over time you will build up the confidence with kind of these things. The reason why that approach works well is kind of genuinely things that change are more likely to break. So you are kind of, as you're changing things, you're adding these things. The other one is what Michael Feathers described in his book on effective legacy software, and he talked about characterization tests. Characterization tests are tests introduced into a legacy system to describe how the legacy system works and kind of to hold it together during larger changes. So you could choose, 1 or 2%, 5% of the riskiest part of your product, and then put in some tests to describe what they do. If it's not documented, people might be confused about it. That means they are reluctant to change it. That means it's working slow. Putting some characterization tests around it helps you organize the framework, plus then add some documentation to it in forms of tests. So people are more open to changing it, and they will be working with it easier. So I think when writing the spec by example book, I interviewed teams and I found examples of both of these cases. Usually going back and documenting a legacy system works well only if there's, as I said, a high risk of something bad happening. For example, one company I interviewed, they had this part of a system around accounting that only one person knew about. That person started as a developer, 20 years later was the CTO of the company, and he was leaving for a new job. And he was still the only person that knew about this part of the system. So kind of before he left for a new job, they worked with that person to take a brain dump of his knowledge, put it in form of automated tests so he can leave safely.
Okay. So there was a very big buzz factor, so to say.
Yeah. So things like that, where there's reasonable amount of risk, then it justifies going and spending time investing in doing tests or doing this kind of documentation on an existing platform. Otherwise, kind of just do it for the things that change.
Okay. One more question that I have. You mentioned that you do visual comparison tests for several of the products currently and in the past. We do those tests in our company too. They are very useful. We do them basically in order to verify that the visual language framework works and does not break when it's being developed by the developers. And partially we do it to verify the difficult to describe parts of the applications that use this visual language. And that rang a bell in me because in recent months we have this large number of AI applications that are capable of describing what is in an image. So how comfortable would you be to compare images pixel for pixel versus maybe asking, I don't know, Bing AI with vision to describe what he sees in the picture? You had this example with the two bubbles and a connecting line. If I can imagine you can ask an AI a question, is there a dotted line on this picture? Is the answer good enough for you?
So I think that goes back to one of the rules I mentioned in the presentation. It's optimizing the diff. And the question is, what do you want to compare? As you said, do you want to compare pixels? Do you want to compare kind of objects in the image and things like that? So there were lots of attempts. You don't even need AI for this. There were lots of attempts in the past to describe visuals in a more textual way, where you could say, I expect this element kind of to be somewhere on the screen and things like that. The problem with images is they tend to contain a ton of other information. And the fact that, AI extracts that the line is dotted doesn't necessarily mean that there's not something else stupid on that image. And in the case that I showed with mind map, we were actually quite concerned about the look and feel of the whole thing. So a look and feel of that area. So for that specific purpose, asking the AI to say, is the line dotted, would not be that effective, because I really want to see any other difference. If I do something else stupid, I want to see it there. For some other purposes where you're talking about just kind of showing some elements or hiding them and things like that, I guess asking an AI to describe an image and then comparing the descriptions of the images could be quite good, because then you're optimizing the diff like that. So it again comes back to kind of the meta question of what kind of risks do you actually want to protect yourself?
Why are you automating this?
Why are you automating? And I think optimizing the diff is really, really important. So if you have a complex image with a diagram with lots of lines and who knows what else, and you actually want to kind of somehow semantically compare that, not visually, but semantically with a different image, then using something to summarize that, an AI or some kind of OCR or something else to kind of give you a better diff could be quite useful.
Or you could reach underneath the rendered image or bring out the description.
I think generally with images and things like that, approval testing approaches tend to work slightly better. So the tool I showed with the visuals is kind of mixing the test-driven approach and the approval approach as well, because what we can do is, if there is a difference, I can just tell it to accept the difference as the new state, rather than having to kind of recode the expected state, and it speeds up the process. But I think that's, for a totally different talk. I think the answer to the question raised there is really, is the diff better based on the text that the AI produces, or is the diff better based on the pixels? And why are you automating it, and then deciding on that level.
Okay. I have one more question. So I am familiar with situations where the company maybe documents the why or maybe documents the requirements, but they are kept out of sync with the code. So they are stored in some other system, Wiki or Confluence or requirement management system. And how would you approach keeping those two in sync?
Well, I guess that's more of a question for a specific company, not for me. But I've seen approaches where you export Confluence or you export kind of wiki pages and you put them in your version control. I've seen approaches where plugins for document management tools like that reach into the version control and pull tests and kind of render them in Confluence or import them periodically. I think Green Pepper had this approach where you would keep your why and your test cases in Confluence, and every time you do a build, it would export from Confluence and put it in the build service, so you have a kind of a history of these changes. And you use kind of you use a frozen version for testing, but then every time you do a test, every time you run a test, it kind of exports another frozen version. There's tools, I think something called X-Ray and things like that, that are kind of allowing people to run tests directly from content in Jira and to synchronize Jira with the kind of things on the file system. I kind of partially my problem is, I said, the last couple of years I've mostly been building my own stuff and working on my own tool. So I keep everything in version control. There's nobody to tell me.
It's easier that way.
It's easier that way. I don't know what the state of the art is with the kind of tooling around that, because I've not really been working with other people that much for the last few years.
Okay, we have one last question from the audience, where the asking person is complaining about overly verbose error messages in test failures. So some of the frameworks, including Robot Framework, if it's not customized very to the very good extent, tend to just dump a lot of information in the failure. Do you have any tips on crafting the good failure message in this situation?
So I think that this, again, goes back to the part of optimizing the diff, where people often don't think about how analyzing failures is going to be a much more frequent use case than analyzing the passing of a test. And they can optimize for the first interaction with the test case rather than all the kind of interactions you will have looking at the failure. So I think part of it is technical, where depending on the programming language you use, and it throws an exception and it bombards you with kind of other stuff. But part of it is actually figuring out how do we consume that from a tooling perspective and show it to users that is easy and it makes sense. If you want to look at this more kind of from a contextual perspective, there are approaches, especially in the approval testing community, to look at textual dumps, and exception stack traces are usually textual dumps and things like that, and then optimize the diff on that. For example, there was a tool called Text Test, that was analyzing log file dumps and comparing log file dumps, and then it would try to figure out what's really important to keep and what's important to ignore. Like timestamps could usually be ignored, because when you do a log file dump, you have different timestamps, but then kind of the things after the timestamps you kind of analyze semantically and things like that. So I think there's two steps really to the question you asked, to the answer. One is if you are a tester or a developer working with a specific test case, don't just throw out an exception and kind of waste time comparing that and things like that later. Try to minimize the difference that you're reporting. Try to really, just say, well, this specific word is different, or this number is different, and then minimizing the area that's being compared also. If you compare a specific number with a specific number, then the error is basically, instead of 15, we got 17, so it's easier to understand, not, oh, something went wrong, look at my log file. But then if you really do need to kind of process verbose textual outputs, there are tools that can then extract meaningful information from that. And then maybe that's actually a better use case for what you mentioned at the start, these kind of AI summarization tools. Maybe you have this kind of previous thing that you had, and you have this very verbose error report. And instead of just showing the very verbose error report directly to the user, you ask an LLM.
What went wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about thinking when implementing the test case about when you will be needing to analyze the test case again. So it's like
And again,
when writing code, it will be read
looking
much
at the
more
difference.
than written.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have any more questions, and our time for Q&A is up. Thank you for coming
Thank you for the
live
opportunity
to the
to speak to your
studio.
audience.
And to the audience, let's meet in 10 minutes for the presentation from Kasia Wawrzynek. Bye-bye.
So let's hear it.
My name is Katarzyna Wawrzynek and I work as a software tester at Nice Project. Today I am delighted to share with you one of my projects, the RDP connection service. But first I would like to introduce myself. My journey to become a software tester was not an easy path. I graduated in chemistry and started my career in the research and development department at one of Nestle's factories, where I worked for 5 years. However, life had other plans for me, and a significant turning point occurred during my maternity leave. It was during this break that I made the decision to choose a new career path. In September 2021, I joined the QA team at the Nice Project company. In this role, I had an opportunity of working on various projects using technologies such as Python, Selenium, Robot Framework, Runnerx, and also managing CI/CD pipelines. Let's now move into the main topic of my presentation, the RDP connection service. In the center of our concept lies a desktop application. Our goal is to test desktop applications using our primary technology stack. In other words, we intend to automate tests for desktop applications using Runnerx, Robot Framework, and GitLab. Runnerx is a commercial test automation tool designed for desktop, web, and mobile applications and is dedicated for Windows. Its main product, Runnerx Studio, enables you to write tests using code, record actions, or utilize both methods, and also provides an easy-to-use tool for object recognition within the application. To write Robot Framework tests using Runnerx methods, we have developed a custom Robot Framework library named Remote UI Library, which I will discuss shortly. But the key point here is our need to execute tests within GitLab pipelines. Let's picture this scenario. We have virtual machines on which we intend to test various desktop applications. We can install GitLab runners on this machine and simply execute our tests. However, there is an important point to remember. As we are testing graphical user interfaces, we require a screen or its virtualized display to interact with desktop applications. This means that we need a physical computer with a connected screen as our runner. Yet replacing all virtual machines with physical ones isn't a possible option. So our solution involves using a single physical machine with a monitor capable of connecting to all the virtual machines through an RDP session. RDP stands for Remote Desktop Protocol, and it is a secure network communication protocol offered by Microsoft and is available for most Windows operating systems. RDP allows users to connect to and control a remote computer over a network connection. The key aspect of the Remote Desktop Protocol is that it transmits the graphical user interface of the remote computer to the local system. This means you can interact with the remote computer just as if you were using it locally, including running applications, opening files, and navigating the desktop. To start RDP session within our Robot Framework code, we utilize an RDP service. Our RDP service, known as Nice RDP, is an API service that can be installed on any physical computer. Once launched, it allows the creation of RDP sessions with specified machines. Here, I would like to take a moment to go back to the Remote UI library. Some of you may recall our colleague Krzysztof's presentation from last year's Wrobocon, titled The Tale of Continuous Research. It was a story about the evolution of the Remote UI library. But during the time when Wrobocon 2022 took place, The Remote UI library was known as the RunnerX driver library and was designed to work with the RunnerX driver. The RunnerX driver is an application that enables testers to automate Windows desktop applications by connecting to the Selenium WebDriver. So testers experienced in Selenium WebDriver could automate desktop applications without needing to learn new tools or languages. Since last year, we have written many tests that use the RunnerX driver library. However, we soon noticed that the RunnerX driver offered a limited number of methods for automating desktop applications. So finally, we made the decision to revert to one of the previous library versions. So the current library is called Remote UI Library and is built on top of Python, Python.NET, and runnerx.NET libraries that are directly imported in the setup of the Remote UI library. Now I hope you have a better understanding of the Remote UI library, which is an important element of our solution. But if you need more, and if you are interested in following the entire story of the continuous research of our RunnerX-based library, I encourage you to visit the Wrobocon channel on YouTube. Next, I would like to explain the architecture of our solution for testing desktop applications. In this explanation, I will walk you through the steps performed in the GitLab pipeline. When the GitLab pipeline is triggered, a non-interactive session is initiated on the test machine. The test is then started, and in the test setup, a post request is sent to NiceRDP to initiate a remote desktop connection with the test machine. Next, an interactive session, so this session with the display, is launched. When the session starts, it triggers a task in the task scheduler to launch the Remote UI library on a remote server. Now, Robot Framework calls keywords from the Remote UI library, and the test case is executed. Once the test case is finished, during the test teardown, a delete request is sent to the NiceRDP service to terminate the connection with the test machine, and the interactive session is closed. After the test teardown, the non-interactive session is also closed, and the entire pipeline job is finished. In this step, we have understood the position and role of the RDP service within the entire solution for testing desktop applications. Now, I would like to shift our focus to NiceRDP itself, exploring its technology and functionalities. The NiceRDP service is written in Python and utilizes the Fast API framework, which enables to build APIs with Python. Additionally, we use UVcorn as a web server and SQLite to create the database. As part of our approach, we have also developed a separate small robot framework library called NiceRDP Manager, designed to easily use NiceRDP methods. The RDP service is stored in the Nexus repository, and it can be installed from there using the pip install command. Once installed on a physical machine, a task can be added to the task scheduler to run the service on system startup. When the service is launched, a database is created based on the configuration file. The database is simple, consisting of 3 columns, with process name, process ID, and status. Within the configuration file, we store a list of computers and the path to which the database should be saved. Computer short names are used as process names in the database table. Our RDP service offers 5 methods. The response body that is now displayed on the screen is the result of the least possible connections method. This method returns a list of all computers with which we can establish connections, along with their process IDs and connection statuses. The same information, but for a single computer, we can obtain using the getConnectionStatus method. When we add a new machine to the configuration file, we need to execute the reload service call to update the database with the new computer. Additionally, we have two methods that can be used to control connections: create connection and drop connection. The create connection method requires a username and password to establish a connection with the machine. These credentials are then saved using the cmd-key command. When the test is completed and we execute the drop connection method, the credentials are deleted and the RDP session is terminated. Additionally, at the beginning of each method, a process validation function is executed to verify all process data. This function iterates through all processes and checks if a given process is still active. When a process is no longer active, it removes the process ID from the database and updates the status to not active. It also verifies if the given computer is available in the configuration file. If not, it deletes the computer from the database. Now let's revisit the architecture diagram and take a closer look at some elements of our solution. I have already mentioned the nice RDP Manager library. This library is in fact a robot framework resource file and should be imported using the resource keyword. In the example, you can see a simple test setup and teardown that utilizes the nice RDP Manager resource. While in this example, I've placed the username and password in the variables section, in our projects, we typically store them as GitLab variables. Inside Nice RDP Manager, we use Robot Framework Request library. Initially, we send a request to the RDP service and then ensure that the request is successful. As you may recall from the architecture explanation, when the RDP session is initiated, the task in the task scheduler is triggered. This task launches the remote UI library on the remote server. But how can we ensure that the remote UI library is successfully started? For example, we can use a retry mechanism with a try except clause. We establish a connection to the test machine, and in the try section, we attempt to import the remote UI library. If the library is available, we can proceed with the test. If not, the accept section is executed. This involves dropping the connection with the test machine, relaunching it, and retesting the import of the remote UI library. After confirming that the remote UI library is successfully launched, we can access its keywords by importing the library as remote. In the example, you can see the correct import of the remote library with default values for hostname and port. We started from the initial idea and we created the nice RDP service to address our needs in the field of desktop application testing. We developed an easy-to-use and functional service that can be installed on any physical Windows machine, enabling the management of RDP sessions. We have also integrated this service into a larger solution for testing desktop applications. Currently, we are using this solution in several projects, and we are working on setting up pipelines that can be run on a schedule. So we consider the nice RDP service a successful and valuable project, but there are still some plans for the future and work to do. Firstly, we want to implement a retry mechanism that prevents the creation of multiple connections to the same machine, while allowing for connection retries in case a machine is already in use. Secondly, we want to explore options related to AWS. AWS does not offer machines with a physical screen, which is essential for testing desktop applications. So we need to explore ways to run GUI tests on an AWS environment. That is everything that I've prepared today for you. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation. If you have any questions related to my presentation or any other robot framework topics, please feel free to contact me at my email address. Thank you.
So, hi, Kasia. Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. Nice to have you here. I know that's your
Hi, Krzysiek.
first talk on a conference, so I'm very happy that you broke the ice with us. So, and now I'm checking the questions. So the most uh, rated question was, why do you choose Ranorex? How it looks comparing to the other solutions on the market?
Yes, so the RunnerX was our client choice. So we knew that we have to work with RunnerX. So we created this custom robot framework library. But to be honest, I don't have experience in use of other solutions available on the market. So maybe this is a good question to our audience, to our community. What tools do you use in your projects? What experience do you have with testing desktop applications? Because I think that is really interesting topic, but maybe a little bit difficult in my opinion. So I hope that our community will share experiences with us on our chat. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, I agree that desktop applications aren't that easy to automate.
Yeah.
So the next question is, how many RDP sessions can accept the real machine with the interactive session at the same time?
Yes, so we can start one session to the same machine. I think that Windows Server allows us to run two sessions to the same machine at the same time. But in our solution, first when we create a connection, we first check the status of the connection. So if the status is active for given computer, we do not start the next session to the same machine. We just return in the response body, we just return the process ID of the started session. And this approach prevents by interrupting the ongoing sessions. So in case of the same machine, it's only one session, but we can, of course, run multiple sessions to different machines. I'm not sure if there is a limit number of these sessions, but when I was working on Nice RDP, I ran, for example, three parallel sessions for two different machines, and it's possible.
Okay. Another question is, did you also consider to create a model which does not use the local desktop but creates parallel headless RDP connections to the same machine?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Do you also consider to create a model which does not use the local desktop but creates a parallel headless RDP connection to the same machine?
To be honest, I'm not sure it is possible because when we testing with RunnerX, when we using RunnerX and some additional libraries to test GUI, we need the display. It's not possible to run the test headless like in the web applications. So I think it's not possible.
Okay. And what was the biggest challenge during the creation of this solution, this nice RDP?
Mhm. I think that the entire project was challenging for me because this was the first time I was writing API. I need to use new tools. So at the beginning of the project, there was a lot of learning and research. So yeah, it was challenging, but from the time perspective, I think that the most challenging part was the integration of the nice RDP service with the in the entire solution. So yeah, that was a challenge.
Okay. And we have also another question. Within these testing scenarios, did you need to hide the user credential from the robot logs? If so, how do you accomplish this?
Yes, we hide user credentials. We are using GitLab variables, masked GitLab variables, and this is how we accomplish to hide the credentials. Yeah.
Okay. Uh, do do we need to check to see if the UI is already uh, ready for the next test step? How do you wait on the Windows GUI? So,
Yes, so in our library we have a keyword that can wait for element. So I think that this is resolved inside the library. So we have only one keyword that is waiting for the element, waiting for the next step, and this is how we resolve this.
mhm. And is the RDP, nice RDP server open source solution?
No, it's not. It's I don't know if we can do this open source, but it's not. It's our custom custom solution. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm checking out the questions. I think we answered all of them. So yeah, thank you again for the interesting presentation and thank you for your
Yeah,
time.
can I add something,
Yes,
Krzysztof?
of course.
Because as I said, it's the testing desktop application is really interesting topic. And yesterday I did some research just to check what options we have in case of robot framework. So I will be really grateful if you want to share your experiences with us. What tools do you use in your projects? I write on the chat the whole list of the tools I found out yesterday. So let's discuss about this. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, great. I also think that's a very interesting topic, and yeah, I'm looking forward for the discussion on it. So thank you again, Kasia, and yeah, let's
Thank
take a
you. Bye.
break. Bye, and we will be back at 5 4 11. So 10 minutes. See you then.
Welcome back, and let's welcome Patrick Kumar from Capgemini to the stage.
I'm Senior Software Quality Engineering Developer at Capgemini. I am test lead for a public sector client project in the tax area. In my presentation, I would like to talk about the use of robot framework in our project, the challenges posed by the management, the difficult specifics of the project, the dynamic adaptation of scripts, for example, for ad hoc testing through Python command line programs, the use of multi-threading for data creation, and of course, the solutions to these problems introduced through automation and scripting. And what is the most important for me, I have never used Robot Framework before starting to work in that project. But in my presentation, I would like to convince you that it is nevertheless still a good decision to choose this framework. Even if you have never used Robot before, or even better, never wrote automation at all. By giving it to a less experienced in it, you can still achieve great things, especially if the testing area is looking like a battlefield. So there is always much to do. To start with, a little about our project from chosen technology point of view. Typically, compared to other Java-based design, we might say the tech stack used in our project is rather standard. From the development part, Java in combination with Spring, Maven and Hibernate, with data layer part, Postgres and Oracle databases, and Kafka for internal event streaming, for a front-end Angular framework. DevOps team is mainly responsible for Jenkins where pipelines were configured, administration of Git, Jira and Confluence. It was up to them to configure environments including virtual machines, setup and maintenance. Specification team where the business analysis is made and where the 4,000 page written in German documentation was born. And the good spirit of the team, quality engineering, the test team. Test ops is a good word to put out the scope of my work, with automation written in Robot Framework, Python as a support tool for development and automation itself. Up to us, there is also some part of business analysis, where with the help of my scripts, I could find a good place to support developers with understanding the business processes, just helping with defects reproduction, or just by app analysis. Why the name Extreme? As you could see in previous slide with 4 different teams, 5 counting the management which has itself formed an independent team, up to almost 40 team members and only 2 automation testers at the project start, of course without manual testers, combined with the difficult business theme of the project, written fully in German tax language, with also quite a complex architecture already present in the planning phase, sounds challenging. Our work at the beginning was not so strictly related to each other. Even development got their sub-teams. Communication was a little bit dry. Because of that, we were forced to challenge more problems that we could expect. That happily changed over the time, but the start was very difficult. We even got more people for testing. Of course, this could be avoided. But you know, politics and the money. Since development and test automation had their beginnings at the same time with constantly changing requirements from specification time, the automation and test needed an extremely agile approach. The project had no defined test standards, no test environments prepared, not to mention the test data that we were not even able to obtain from the customer on level we wanted. For sure, the use of robot framework reduced the work required to start with testing of our app, and mentioned agile approach led the way to making the robot something more than just simple automation. But why the name Robocop? Simply because the test automation has become a true overseer of stable QA processes, with over 600 different automated test cases, varying in test type, modules tested, and the business logic tested, pure automatic multi-tool, with automation running each night for 10 hours of constant app testing, including 6 hours of reserved time for robot tests only. Even members of development team started to take care of automation maintenance, with some encouragement in the form of email spam about the results each night, sometimes more than once, or finally the creation of blocker tickets lying on the top of Jira board on Friday evening. Of course, always with love and respect from the test lead. Starting with almost empty test repository, what we can do if there is nothing to test? Simply start planning. Without working environment where application should be deployed, the setup for the future still can be prepared. And if you have robot, it just makes it easier. So let's start with Jenkins pipeline run. Jenkins provides a robot framework plugin that will automatically collect all test run results and display all information we need. Using that in a pipeline allows us to customize the stages to our need. For example, by hard-coded exclude flag, custom directories, or just output manipulation with Rebot. Each test was linked by a tag to its assigned Jira ticket. Each test created a new test execution Jira ticket, and this was of course linked to an environment. In terms of X-ray test run history, it was a good way to show up the progress of the test status. As time went on and on in our project, we needed stability, and this forced us to stabilize our test, in particular the Selenium test, which have a habit of failing for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps this should come back a little bit later, at later stages of development, but a new project, this should be planned already at start. For this, 3 stages were created using flag rerun failed, and then using a rebot for merging the results for Jira import. So the stages: first standard robot run, the second run, which could be run if the percentage level of red tests were lower than 20, to avoid running too many red test cases. And the last chance rerun, which allowed up to 10 test cases to be rerun if they were not lucky enough to pass everything before, just to make sure everything is fine. Of course, everything fully configurable. All to have one merged results in Jenkins, and just in case, additionally storing all run result in Jenkins pipeline workspace. What about overall test setup, meaning connecting to the databases, Kafka or applications? Always done in test suite setup. Kafka and databases connection were made with custom libraries to be able to have more flexibility there. It's also possible to use provided common robot libraries. All imports at the same place, some additional global variables, unified for all tests, no matter what type it is, just for saving other people time when new test scenario had to be created, since it's just one keyword. But here, as a counterpoint to the good solutions, I would like to share my own painful mistake, including Java application run in the background inside the test setup, using custom-made library as a sub process to speed up the test setups. It's also possible to use Robot Framework library process, but with less control for log reading. Everything was created using Python subprocess and threading modules. But why it was painful? After about a month of application getting bigger and bigger, my laptop became a professional hitter. When I had to run the same application a few times a day, each start taking up to 5 minutes to be ready, I had to throw it away pretty quickly. But that wasn't so bad at the end. Being able to read out all module logs on demand created a new opportunity for test, extending that possibilities of testing. Java application RAM become a Linux tail, or get content for Windows, with all still stored logs in a background Python queue for each test. Each application log was copied in a thread inside while loop, and the logs were put into global queue, ready to be read out on demand. very useful for backend testing where null pointers were showing up like a Coca-Cola commercials before Christmas. At first development iterations, since applications were not in release-ready state, not everything was end-to-end testable, because certain modules were not fully done, of course. What should be done? Injection. Since our project was using Kafka Queue for message processing, it was worth to mock up that data. This required some effort and coordination with the developer currently implementing it, but by having information about the Kafka topics and the data expected there, we were able to detect errors before the application was even able to receive this type of data, skipping not yet working models. Such things were certainly worth taking into account in the future of automation, so the scripts that allowed that were rewritten in such a way that Python classes could be also used directly in robot test. In some cases, the default robot Kafka library was used. The same situation with databases. It was worth to save up some time of manual work, such as generated mocks via SQL. When having finally working remote environment with constantly running application become a thing, thanks to my DevOps friend, I had to think about running tests on two different environments, local development environment on our Windows operating system and the Linux distribution server. So with the first approach as a hard-coded variables import and later on with dynamic generation of variables using import variables keyword from the Python file. Because eventually we got more than 8 environments ready for use. This also meant that cross-platform testing support was required at some point, for example locally running a test on a remote test environment. Fortunately, the robot remote library or SSH library directly in Python comes to the rescue. Based on a variable, correct configuration was chosen. Why it was important? To allow everyone from the team just to trigger automation without any additional work directly on our environments. Working setup with mostly working environment was just the beginning, but with such well-prepared setup, what can go wrong? Almost everything. Releases each week, sometimes more than one release per week, broken environments, broken pipelines, failing application builds, performance problems with Jenkins, merges after code freeze, tests of modules that is not even yet created or integrated with application, and 1 hour for whole application smoke testing. And our application is really huge. And everything done by just one person. More than 2 years of constant hard work. As I said before, we got no test data. It was a little bit difficult to start working with anything. The test data that I'm talking about is an XML file. That file is a personal declaration in German electronic tax system format. A common one used by a lot of different applications, available even at some Paint Accountant plugin for Excel. From my first test manager, I have heard that they are not able to get those requested by us files. Somehow, we don't know how. I was thinking in that time it was true, but later on when I finally managed to get to know personally our customer, I knew it was fake news. They even get a script with generating those XML files based on an Excel containing desired data. But when we needed the data for manual tests, we had to create that on our own. Since each tax declaration could not be working without external mocks, I had to create additional scripts supporting database insert to 3 different places. With database mocks, there were also security validations done by our application. I had to edit each XML before remotely sending it to our remotely working environment via file share libraries just to pass that validation. Very monotonous and very tedious work. Why it's important? Because everything needs to be repeated for different test scenarios and later on for test automation. So with need of having hundreds of different combinations, it does not make sense to store manually created files in repository. It was worth to think about more complex structures. The Faker package is your friend. Having Faker and I answered that repository, it was worth to think about more complex structures. The Faker package is your friend. Having Faker, we can recreate always unique data each script or test usage, either directly in Robot or via custom class. Robot Framework is a great tool when it comes to using standard Python libraries, using custom classes or creating our own implementation of something. Up to us how we will work with it. Our test repository became a place with two phases. One for base automation done in a Robot Framework and the second side Python command line programs, everything with shared libraries. This approach also forced scripts to be created in a such way that they required as little user attention as possible. For example, no additional configuration. That was solved, for example, by automatically installing additional configurations, downloading additional packages, such as instant client for Oracle connection via widget, automatically unzipping zip files to speed up things, automatic import of data into the test environment selected by a single environment flag. For that, we have to create unified way of finding the correct settings. Automatic correction of imports, for example, from databases, dumps from the client, and in the future, data creation done in multi-thread bulk mode with just the amount of data passed via flag. The scripts became so commonly used that one of them, creatively called end-to-end sender, is considered as a core of all tests. It's used for a tax declaration processing. The script was created with the aim of being as easy to use as possible by any interested person, regardless of the position in project, from testers to developers and the business analytics, right through to the project manager. By some time, it became a requirement for the base test before merging any feature by developer. And after some time, all automation was used for creating another quality gate in our release cycle. What quality gate? Mentioned already before nightly run. If any test case is failing, email is generated with the results and the list of recipients is created from the list of the last people to commit in the repository. And of course, Jira blocker ticket is created, not to point fingers to anyone. Because of constantly changing requirements or extending functionality with the risk of regression provided by Robot Framework, agile approach of automation became appreciated in Team Quality Gate. The tax topic present in the project require a rather specific approach to the test scenarios. Without understanding the entire data processing in our application, it was not possible to reproduce the test steps. With a keyword-driven approach, it was easy to transfer everything directly into a robot. The process from the start to finish had to be defined as a list of steps that reflect the business logic of the application, which is easy to understand for the author and those involved in analyzing the results. The test, thanks to easily understandable structure with the results generated by the automated pipeline, had the possibility to be quickly analyzed for correctness by BA team without development background. And the previously mentioned scripts, which allowed BAs to recreate the complicated application data themselves, became inseparable from the robot automation. And for the automatic testers, new robot keywords were easy to implement and extend thanks to a base of predefined keywords for them, which did not require to go into complex technical details of the code, which only I knew. What is worth to say here, just like me, none of them had the robot experience before. As a result of low entry threshold into automation, Java or Angular developers began to take greater share of automation processes. Whether front-end or back-end developers, they started to automate certain modules themselves, or to ensure that tests were up to date following changes in requirements. And in particular, they also started to take care of regression as a result of their changes. For example, front-end Selenium selector changes as always. Like today, we are working on Angular update, and the team of 2 front-end developers are updating the remaining hundreds of tests, which for the time being are glowing red on their branch. Delegating some work also allowed for the development of other areas related to the testing. There was a time to create new solutions or refactor the old ones. At one point we could hear from the architect that maybe it was a good time for performance testing, which of course could not be run ad hoc due to the lack of an environment and the lack of scripts that would be responsible for performance testing. Although we didn't previously have a production environment to replicate the behavior one-to-one as it is on a customer side, it was set up by DevOps teams in few days, thanks to ambitious DevOps lead. The scripts previously mentioned could be created easily from the current robot code. Our first choice was to convert the Python and robot scripts into JMeter script as a client requested. On the other hand, later the second choice was to start with robot and Python as a good method of recreation data for performance using already existing keywords and functions, additionally creating special pipelines for such tests. But sending 200,000 tax statements of various sizes is not enough. We had to have pre-processed data on the environment so that we could get the kind of behavior that customer has in the production. We also couldn't say statements over and over again until we get 10 millions of them. We didn't have that much time to do it. The choice was to recreate data directly on the database level. Using a simple threading library pattern in Python allows us to get great timing results when creating such data, achieving 10 million cases, unique and diverse, created in only 20 hours with the help of the previously mentioned faker. Normally, that would be created in around 2 months on production. And since this approach provides very useful solution, it could be adapted in other scripts that created different data types, occasionally triggering out-of-memory exceptions, or in the case of data creation only, killing database space few times in a row on our environments to not get bored with QA work. But still thinking about speeding up test or data creation, the Pabot module was finally applied, which allows predefined suites to run as a separate test run thread, allowing to run multi-thread safe tests in parallel. What does multi-thread safe means in our case? It's those tests that don't use application functionality that shouldn't be run in parallel, such as batches that operate on data of the entire application due to their performance requirements, or in a case of limited resources. For example, in our case, Postgres limits open connections. Such a situation can signify increase the processing time of the tests. What kind of tests can we try? Those are primarily all Selenium tests that operate on a previously created data, such as a form of a tax statement data, which the user needs to edit, or a backend test that processes statements automatically. Note, however, that the restriction on parallel access to the resources are still present here, which we have to solve through logs. And what if we cannot run all the test cases in multi-thread mode? So let's simply think about introducing an additional stage that will run only those tests that are safe to do so. We can treat the next stage as a supplement to the results of the previous one, which we will merge with the robot at the end. A number of solutions have been successfully integrated using many well-known libraries to create keywords that are particularly important for our app testing, pandas for application reports that were generated in spreadsheet format as a tax statistics, PDF miner to read out documents created to recipients, the taxpayers or the tax offices, regex libraries to read out and catch exceptions from logs, and many more that I cannot share in details. And as a conclusion, I can only talk about how much Robot has helped me to improve my work, and despite my lack of previous experience in Robot, it has become one of my favorites because of its simplicity, extendability, and agility. Thank you for your time, for hearing me out.
So, welcome, Patrick.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry for the technical problems. My Chrome browser, for some reason, froze up, and Patrick already joked in the backend that he also brings the bad luck to the projects and the products that he is testing. Hope that's the case, and the products are very, very well tested on your side, but the presentation that you already showed tells me so much.
Luckily for me, I'm bringing this kind of luck each week almost.
Okay. So we have a couple of questions from the audience. You mentioned that it is the first project that you use robot framework. Can you tell us why the robot was chosen for this particular project?
I guess it was out of luck. I mean, no one before knew the robot framework. I've joined it as a newcomer in the IT industry, to be honest. And not only to the IT itself, because I have finished computer science, but there was nothing before. So when I have joined it, that was decided by some random choice. To be honest, we had no experience with that. We have no prepared environments and so on. So we decided to take the easy step, and Robot Framework was one of the most known frameworks that are easy to implement in a future of automation. So we decided that we can live with it, to be honest.
Okay, it's good to hear that it's being chosen already as the easy way to automate the processes and test cases. So I assume that the second question about what automation framework did you work before with isn't valid anymore if this
Yes.
is your first task.
I have never wrote automation at all before, to be honest. I was working with Unity mostly, so the robot framework became my way of the living in my IT life. So I had to think about everything almost. I had to prepare my trainings. I had to prepare some certs of ISTQB and so on and so on. So everything was new.
Okay. The project began as a blank page and there was nothing. In the beginning stages, could you imagine how the automation will look like in the future? Did you have any idea?
Without previous experience in automation at all, it was horrible, to be honest. We got no experience. Most of the team had no experience with automation. We couldn't imagine how it will work. We get no environments, we got no repositories ready. So we had to think about every single thing that will just work as soon as possible. So we had to take an easy step approach. So everything that was not prepared, we just used Google to find a solution to implement as soon as possible everything to upcoming the releases.
Okay, what was most surprising to learn during this automation?
To be honest, that wasn't very connected with the automation itself. The project that I'm working with, fully written in German language, forced us to get to know more German logic business. By that, we had to implement the ways of the tax calculation into the robot framework. So we had to think how exactly we can implement everything into that. And the most difficult process was to get to know how exactly we could implement everything. We got no specification written in the steps ready for automation. So everything that we got was just a step telling us the document will be generated. After that, everything needs to be valid. And we had no idea what should be valid. So we had to get through the whole 4,000 pages of the specification to know exactly what we should implement in automation.
Ouch. And if the basis for automation is the German text language, which I know from experience can be quite a difficult read, did you take the opportunity to use the keywords and the test steps in German, or did you translate everything to English?
Not everything was translated to English. We at least tried to use German language as a keyword naming convention, but that was difficult because of lack of translation in some cases of the tax processing words, because there was no exactly there was no exact translation to some English or even Polish words that could work with our test cases. So we had to stay with German mixed with English, of course. English was
Okay.
still present because of the whole automation, just to not mix up everything. But we have tried at least to stay with the main keywords on the test run to have more connection with the business steps.
Okay. Robot Framework also provides the ability to use internationalized section headings. So you can translate test cases to przypadki testowe, for example. Did you use this functionality?
There was a try for that, but after forced a need to release as soon as possible, we got no time to think about the translation of everything. We got no chance to at least work with this. There was a try, but sadly we got no time for do this in a previous past.
Okay. We have also some more technical questions. So someone is asking that he saw that you have 6 hours of the test run time, possibly more because of all the failed tests and retry steps. When do you run your test? Is it only in the night?
Mostly only on the night. We got currently 4 stages of the different feature branches that are working in the night. With differences of 1 hour, for example, just to trigger everything in the night to save our daily process of checking the results. But in case of the need of running this during the day, for example, for ad hoc testing, of course, this is possible still, with exception of the test cases that are taking too long to be executed. If the batch is taking to be processed at, for example, half hour, it was not worth to run this during the night, during the day. So we had to create some kind of ad hoc multi-integration test cases to speed up this daily process. They are
How,
still executed in the day. Just to speed up the process, there are smaller amounts of the test cases that should be run in a day.
okay. And how do you manage this complexity? Is it using tags or test suites?
Tags mostly. I mean, this is working in both ways. We get some suites prepared with modules, different modules that are connected with the tags. So wherever is needed can be run in this way. For example, if we have a changes of one single model on a page, the robot framework provides the tag functionality that we are using to just run the test cases that we need, because we know that exactly this model is changed and nothing else. So there is a lower chance to break up everything else.
Okay. And can you share some information about how often do the tests fail in the pipeline and why and how do you work on fixing the flakiness?
To be honest, that depends of the feature branch that we are working with. The main branch, the release branch, is not failing very often, but mostly when everything is failing, that's some development problems mostly. We are in mostly stable state when there are no changes in a code directly impacting, for example, front-end pages. So if anything is broken, if any test case is failing right now, this is only because of some mistake of developer. So we have at least more stability there. In case of feature branches, on the other hand, everything is failing on the random issues. Mostly not connected with automation, but sometimes it's forcing us to maintain functionality also in automation when databases change it. I mean, data models change it, the selectors are changed. This is forcing developers also to take a part with the automation process.
Okay,
So
so
everything
this
needs to be
sounds like
updated.
the automation code is stored in the same repository as the application itself.
Second repository, but they are running itself. The one repository cannot work without the second one, so this is just linked.
Okay. So how do you load the test data before running the tests?
That also depends on the test cases. On the pipeline that we are processing everything, there are some stages connected with data imports. For example, there is one single application that is processing the data, so we have to implement it in a pipeline stage that is waiting for the process of migration data import. After that, we can run the next stages that are using this previous stage. But when the test case is ready, we need to also check if the data was imported. In some other test cases, we need to insert directly this data. So, for example, this tax declaration that we are processing is always inserted in each test case, for example. And because of that, we had to merge a lot of different modules into the single test case. So right now, a single suite is containing almost every single module of all of the already created keywords. Because of that, we just need to get to know how exactly our application is working on the bigger way, on the way of their thinking. Without that, we cannot just run test cases. We need to always create data from end-to-end perspective.
Okay. Thank you for great presentation and great answers to the questions. Now we will retire for 10 minutes break and we will see each other at 11:40 for a presentation by Łukasz Kurzaj.
And thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, and welcome back after the break. Now it's time for another presentation, this time from Łukasz Kurzaj about cloud native pipelines, so robot framework with friends. So enjoy.
I'm Łukasz Kurzaj, and today I'm going to present you my real case pipeline and possibilities related with it. This is my first time recording a presentation and myself through a webcam, but I'm really excited about this opportunity. Let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, there are parts of my talk. I would like to begin by sharing a bit about myself. I will introduce assumption to CI/CD concept just to keep the same level of understanding. Let's discuss risks related with the pipeline. Sometimes instead of automating the software development process, a pipeline can actually impede it. Then it's time for my solution. I will introduce you in the architecture, use cases of my pipelines and possible applications. At the end, there will be summary of my talk. I also prepared the set of dedicated dose of humors for this time. I hope you will enjoy memes together with me. My journey in the world of technology and software development has been thrilling and productive. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working on a multitude of projects, including web, desktop, embedded systems with various technology stacks, and through these experiences, I have collected experience working as a tester, developer, test architect, and DevOps. I've gained a deep appreciation for the power of automation. Outside of work, I'm a happy husband and father of 3 children. I really love to travel over the world of financial markets and overcome all weaknesses. I'm also a beekeeper. Let's come back to the major topic of today's presentation about pipelines. Continuous integration focuses on the frequent integration and testing of code changes with an emphasis on early error detection. Continuous delivery, on the other hand, extends the CI process by automating the entire release cycle, ensuring that the application is always deployable to different environments, but it may still require manual approval for production deployment. The ultimate goal is to deliver new features or updates to end users quickly and reliably while maintaining the quality and stability of the software. We will focus on CI pipeline in the rest of this talk. So let's go to the further assumptions. There are many valuable outcomes from CI process. Builds can be done and tested without manual action. CI detects issues and bugs early in the development cycle, reducing the costs and effort required to fix them. It leads to higher code quality. Assuming the optimized process, developer receives feedback about his changes in a few instances. CI process is defined and is valid for all changes in the project. It means that every change in the process by the same flow. Let's go to the next one. it is about the risks. When I was talking about the CI process outcomes, there were some assumptions. Now, for each outcome, we can assign a list of dedicated risks. In my projects, there are a few major risks which triggered me to find non-standard solution. We use GitLab pipelines and set of predefined general purpose GitLab runners managed by dedicated infrastructure team and shared across entire company. Projects are led in various operating systems, in various technologies and their versions. Debugging and root cause analysis in complex architecture can be counted in days of work. We started with on-premise systems and prepared it partially for migration to the AWS. Each client has a local database with custom definitions of colors, customers, and so on. We need to be sure that after migration to hybrid infrastructure, all values are available and have the same shape. All outcomes and risks bring us to the main topic of this talk. But now it's time for mem. Let's go to the main topic. It's time to address all points from last two slides. Let's meet Cloud Native Pipeline. I name it Cloud Native because all architecture components are located in AWS Cloud, even GitLab runners. The assumption for the project is that we will design pipeline for system upgrade with database migration so that CI will drive migration and further consistency tests. Let's dive into my solution a little deeper. When we think about the pipeline, there are always doubts about automation and complex process empowered by an arsenal of specialized tools. These tools are the backbone of CI/CD. I put all major tools on the diagram and divided them into sections: build, test, infrastructure, manage software, and monitoring. Infrastructure is served by AWS, managed by Terraform, implementing the infrastructure as a code rules. Docker and Docker Compose for keeping running environment independent on native installation, and Guacamole to install Bastion host approach. Build tools are properly used to run front-end, back-end, then GitLab to manage pipeline, Bash and PowerShell for running logic inside pipeline steps. For tests, there is one major engine, which is Robot Framework, and other software is just to complete the functionalities near to robot. There are two sections more for managing and monitoring tools. When we know the tools, let's meet the architecture diagram. The entire solution is composed based on AWS components. A virtual private cloud configured with public and private subnets according to AWS best practices to provide own virtual network on AWS. Let's meet the specific components. The AMI snapshot of base system with current production version of application under test. For my case, it was Windows instance with initial configuration of system. GitLab runner machine, which is the EC2 machine created on AMI mentioned in last sentence. Additionally, GitLab runner machine is installed on this machine. Every run of pipeline creates own runner with dedicated GitLab runner. Instances are other computers which are needed to set up environments for tests. Bastion host with Apache service Guacamole, allowing specific protocols like RDP, SSH to machines being in private subnet. For migration and testing Bastion hosts, it is not needed. It will be used further for debugging. Load balancer automatically distributes incoming traffic across multiple targets. In this case, it will be a bridge between world and private subnet. And the visual regression tracker is the solution for virtual testing and managing the results. It is set on dedicated computer and can be shared across various teams. Then we have a few additional AWS services needed to complete the solution. The first one, CloudWatch, collects and visualizes real-time logs, metrics, and event data. Route 53 connects user requests to internet applications running on AWS using pretty DNS names like Wrobocon.eu. The next one is EC2, compute platform managing volumes, AMI snapshots, machines, load balancers, and so on. IAM manages privileges who or what can access services and resources. And last one but not least, S3 bucket. It is the standard cloud storage. We will use it for hosting robot results to be available as a service instead of artifacts to download. That's all it means about the infrastructure. How it works? Let's follow the use case. Let's define some user. It may be Wroboconer. He opens a specific URL in his browsers, and load balancer receives his request and connects with Bastion host, because only Bastion host can be reached by load balancer. Bastion host connects and communicates to specific machine. All additional connections inside private subnet are allowed. That's it. I hope it wasn't too daunting. Let's go to the pipeline use cases. I divided operational description into two modes, test and debug. Let's start with test mode. I still describe case for the system upgrade. So pipeline is composed of following jobs: setup, upgrade, test, report, deploy, and tear down. First and last two jobs are executed on general purpose runners having Terraform installed on them. First job creates GitLab runner from AMI with application under test installed. Despite the result, if job passes or fails during the deployed job, new AMIs and created from system after migration and tests. During the teardown, job runner is terminated and no longer available. The middle jobs, upgrade, test, report, are executed on dedicated, dynamically created runners. It means that pipeline contains pure PowerShell commands triggering upgrade, running tests, transfer and publish tests. It dramatically simplifies the code of pipeline and allows non-experienced team members to read and interact with the CI. What is the outcome of the pipeline? Of course, results, reports. First, XUnit XML report embedded just in GitLab widgets, then pure robot results in HTML, log output in HTML with detailed report, and the detailed report of visual regression tracker. That's all about the testing mode. But sometimes it happens that the pipeline has problems. And what could be wrong? Everything. It was extremely wrong situation. Let's assume that there is something wrong with upgrade itself. We can see that jobs, test and report are skipped, but despite the failure, AMI is created at the deploy job to allow developers debugging. Runner is terminated once AMI creation is done. We have failed pipeline snapshot created at AWS. Now we want to access the machine to find root cause of the issue. In my solution, it is very easy to retrieve build environment. It is just enough to provide pipeline variable version to debug with failed pipeline ID as a value and click Run Pipeline button. It moves us to the second mode of pipeline, debug mode. When user runs the debug mode, it sees the output like you can see now. It is composed of 3 steps: setup, debug, and teardown. Setup and teardown jobs are run on general purpose runners and are used to run EC2 machine from AMI created during failed run of pipeline. This machine is automatically registered in Guacamole, allowing RDP connection from the internet via web browser. When setup is done, machine is available at the Guacamole with failed pipeline ID as a postfix in machine name. Debug job is started. It is time for manual job, which is used to see what happens in work with entire pipeline. During this job, users debugs environment, looking for the root cause. When user finishes his activities, he clicks play button to finish work and trigger destroying machine. This job has defined maximum timeout for 8 hours, so in worst case, machine will be terminated automatically. There are the major information about my solution, proposed and introduced in 2 projects. Let's discuss application of described pipeline with testing and debug mode. They could be used for components tests, where some boundary cases are problematic. At system level tests, where real communication is instead of mocks. Migration tests. It is very time-consuming kind of testing, and they are repeated many times, especially for on-premises systems, where each system may have a completely different set of data, most used case, and so on. For new installation tests, it only refers to on-premise systems. At our domain, some part of logic is being migrated to the cloud, but due to large number of desktop and embedded applications, some part will always remain as on-premise. Upgrade tests, the same case. Many customers may have different version of software installed. It means that some versions issues may occur. To allow developers to be as close to the customer environment as possible, there are a lot of combination needed. Let's go to the summary. In conclusion, cloud-native pipelines represent a transformative approach to software development and deployment. This solution allows development teams to adapt to changing requirements with ease. Described cloud-native pipeline can be executed in parallel so that teams can use it in very large projects with enormous amount of changes. As you have seen, all business logic was located in private subnet. It means that no one can reach machines from the internet. Only Guacamole users can do it via explicitly defined protocols like RDP. Reliability. When something goes wrong, snapshot is created and it is possible to retrieve broken pipeline. It doesn't affect other team members because they have their custom dynamically created GitLab runners. We use AWS services and resources only when pipeline is executed or when debug is in progress. It means we pay only for real usage time. In case of complex systems and permutations of version available and versions to install, presented solution may prepare environment for debugging in a few instances without painful installations, configurations and other activities related with it. All these aspects have common denominator. They make time to market shorter. It's the essential of modern software development approach. Thank you for joining me in this exploration of cloud-native pipelines. I hope you are as excited as I am about the incredible potential they offer in terms of shorter time to market. If you want to give me a feedback, share your experience or give me a virtual high five, I invite you to an online session. Thank you. Have a good rest of the Wrobocon conference.
Hi, and with us is Łukasz. Sorry, no, here is Łukasz again. Nice to have you. A great, interesting talk. Hi, Łukasz.
Hi, Krzysiek. Hi, all of you. And the first, I doubt, apologize for the noise in the background. I promise that next time I will have the professional set, so it will be pure better quality.
Yeah, but despite the background noises, I think the topic is very interesting. I mean, when you want to have real automated test, you have to have some pipelines to run the test automated, not just the test itself is automated, but the whole test run to automate the pipelines are key. So I found the talk very, very interesting. And now the first most rated questions, it's also very interesting to me. How has the beekeeping prepared you for working with lots of little workers that fly in the clouds?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. So metaphor at the beginning, of course, this is pure coexistence. It means about bees and me and AWS and me, software development. I can imagine that AWS is the swarm of or beehive, and each service or resource is one bee which is working for goodness of everything.
Okay, and now maybe more to the robot framework and pipelines. And you described how robot framework lands in the pipeline and environment. Can you imagine a scenario where robot framework is used as the driver of the cloud, for example, to load, or upload or download tests data directly from S3 bucket?
Sure, of course, it should be possible. I have up to this time only experience with Boto3 AWS Python SDK package and use it for chaos testing. So entire AWS infrastructure was has been driven by Python. So it should be only adopted to robot framework. So yes, definitely it is possible, but I haven't tried it yet.
Okay. Yeah. And have you used the robot framework AWS library, or the AWS library was within RPA framework?
And to be honest, I don't have experience with RPA framework. For my solution, I used the pure AWS infrastructure driven by Terraform. In terms of infrastructure as a code pattern. Yeah, if it was that question.
Okay. And in the presentation, you presented the pipeline, and the question is that the standard for every of your project, or is there the possibility to adjust the pipeline to the needs?
Okay, for now it is quite new solution. It was created for specific challenge in the project. So we had on-premise application, and each installation on customer site has dedicated database with some defined predefined values by them. And the thing was that after migration and database pattern changing, we want to be sure that each customer has possibility to work with new system with the same functionalities. So testing it manually is very not comfortable. And I prepared the solutions especially for that. But the trigger was that we want to. The trigger was that we want to test the pure upgrade. So we needed specially created base image with customer database image so that we could easily run the EC2 computer-based system with which simulates the customer site computer and trigger the upgrade and then test confirm if functionalities, new functionalities and upgrade won't affect the customer. Yes.
Okay. So what was the most tricky part for setting up the cloud native pipeline?
For the new people which are not so familiar with AWS, of course, the setting infrastructure as a code is the most tricky part. For me, the most tricky was to collect business knowledge, how to set up the entire system with connections, license servers, and so on, because being in a private subnet in some VPC, we are bounded. So every connection with other system artifacts are needed to be set manually. So it is extra work which needed to be done in cooperation with DevOps and infrastructure team.
Mm.
So summarizing the infrastructure of existing company.
And maybe a kind of follow-up question: what steps needs to be taken, and what resources are needed to switch to cloud native pipeline or to build one from scratch?
Okay, so from the beginning, I would recommend to use EC2 machine just to set up the GitLab runner on it. It could be done manually, it doesn't matter. And once it is done and works correctly, you can think about automating setup and tear down the machine dynamically, and then complete the solution with other AWS resources and services.
Okay. So is a big experience with AWS needed to get started? I mean, you said that it was pay as you go, but sometimes the configurations of the machines can go wrong and the bills from AWS can go high.
To be honest, it is not so easy for the beginning, but we are not alone. AWS provides us a lot of helpers, tutorials, and so on. We have some stuff of best practices provided by the AWS success customer story, quick starts, series, and so on. So it is easier to set up, but I would recommend just to make the infrastructure manually at the beginning and then try to automate, as I mentioned.
Okay. Okay. I think that those are all questions that we had. So thank you again for the interesting topic, and yeah, hopefully we will see you again next year.
Thank you too. Thank you. Have a good rest of the conference.
Thanks. Bye. And now it is time for a longer break, for the lunch break. But remember that we have still more interesting talks after the lunch break. So when we come back at 1:20 p.m., we will have a talk from Bartłomiej Hirsch about maintain test automation quality. And then after that, we will have Ed Menlove, who will talk about the next 15 years of robot framework. And of course, our panel discussions with the expert. And yeah, like I said, we'll be back at 1:20 p.m. So you can also use the time to get to know each other, use the speed networking option, and have fun, collaborate. See you after the break.
Hello, hello. Welcome back after the lunch. I hope everyone had the chance to eat something delicious and nutritious. And now we are back on stage with presentation from Bartłomiej Hirsch about maintaining test automation quality.
I take a reasonable guess that most of you are either QA or people interested in testing. And I believe that you had encountered this situation. You start working for the new company and old project with lots of problems in the different areas. But one of the things you notice is the lack of proper CI/CD setup for delivering new code. Or it's a greenfield project and you don't know how to begin, so you not end up with hard to maintain project. You want to integrate various automating tools, maybe introduce some process, set up guidelines, but it's not easy task. And today I will try to cover that topic and share some of my tips and ideas how it can be done. My name is Bartłomiej Hirsch and this is Maintain Test Automation Quality Talk. I will be using tools that I have created or co-created, such as Wrobocon and RobotID in my examples, but this knowledge applies to the other tools as well. Let's present this as a journey that you may take, and with tools like Wrobocon or RobotID, you first start simply in the terminal. So you pick some tools to start with, like linktest or auto formatters, install them, check the documentation or help command, and then you try to run it in your project. And using Wrobocon as an example, and you end up with almost 9,000 issues. But let's say you're not scared of that and you're really determined. You fix all the issues, and by the way, my record is over 100,000 issues in the project, and create enormous PR, and hopefully the team review it and completely, and you merge it. And then you realize that in meantime, you miss the deadlines for the other tasks in the project, and you start to notice that the day-to-day work with the tool is a bit tiring since you need to remember to run it. And the worst part is that only you are using it, so you need to constantly fix someone else's code. Thankfully, all of that can be automated or simplified, and the whole process of integrating those kind of tools in the project may be a lot easier without affecting your day-to-day work. I will show you how it can be done. First of all, you want predictability and to achieve the same results for everyone. So you want to run the same version of the tool and also you want to use the same configuration. You obviously may pass some long command line in the team, but it will not be handy to use. It's a lot better to create a configuration file. And to avoid chaos in the repository, if the tools support the same common configuration file format, then you should use it. In case of the most popular Python tools, it's usually the PyProject Tom file. Here you can see such example. I have stored some configuration for the black, isort, Wrobocon, and RobotID here. Now, when you run the tool, usually it will automatically discover such file and load the configuration. If not, then maybe you need to path the configuration file in the command line first. You will need to check the documentation first. And once it's done, you already have predictable configuration. Now it's time you need to think, what kind of issues you want to catch. You saw it. You have 10,000 issues or more. What I do recommend is using divide and conquer strategy. Focus on critical stuff first. Check the documentation and include only errors and then slowly include more. And when you change the code and later create merge request in the repository, it's a lot easier to review and see the scope of the changes if you focus on fixing single issue. If you create PR for fixing 10,000 issues, nobody will read that, and you may miss some bugs, and obviously, people will not know what was changed and why, so they will keep repeating the same mistakes. To help with that approach, RobotID offers a generate a configuration option. So let's first check the help. And you can see you can use this generate config with optional configuration file name to generate the configuration file. Here you can see that it actually generated the default config tom file, which contains all the default settings. Now you can just review it and see what is important for you and what you need to configure. For example, you might need to show the difference in the file, or you might configure, enable, or disable particular transformers. You can see that most of them are enabled by default with some exceptions. And at the beginning, I would recommend you to just enable a single transformer and then just go from there. Generate config allows you to also read the configuration from the command line. So if I pass transform add missing end, it just produces the same default configuration, but you can see that all transformers except for one are disabled, which is reflecting the configuration passed from the command line. Now you can simply pick one or more initial transformers that you want to run for your first runs. Personally, I would recommend normalize new lines. It just simply removes extra or adds missing new lines. Or you can also try to run normalize separators to put fixed separators everywhere. With that configuration, you can try to run the tool. In Wrobocon, we don't offer such option yet, though by the time you watch this, it could change. But you can simply add include option in the configuration file and only run rules that are included. So let's start by browsing the available rules using the Wrobocon list. You can see there is 142 rules, so we have a lot of rules to pick from. But like I said, let's start with errors. For example, I would recommend using the parsing errors first, and then just go from there and check the documentation to see what's important for you at the very beginning. Okay, then you proceed with that and you slowly start fixing your project. But you notice you sometimes forgot to run the tools before pushing your changes, and you colleagues often don't use it at all. And our solution for that is, of course, automation. Git have something called Git hooks, which can be used to run any kind of script or code on various Git events like pushing, rebasing, after or before commit. In every repository in hidden Git directory, you have hooks directory, which contains various examples of such hooks. What we are interested in are pre-commits, since we want to run something every time you're trying to commit something. Now you might, to create your bash or any other script, install the tools and run them. But still, it may be bothersome to set up it by hand, and that's why you have tools for that. And we will be using the pre-commit Python tool. You can just install it by running pip install pre-commit. Pre-commit by default looks for pre-commit config yam file, which describes what kind of hooks needs to be executed. You can either specify local files, for example, Python script to check content of commit message if it starts with specific word like fix, feature, maybe Jira ID ticket, or special check to assure that every new file is starting with copyright notice. Or you can run external tools. Those can be specified by using git URL with the name of the tag. Usually most tools are using git tags when releasing new version, and we are using that to specify the version of the tool. Also, the target repository needs to have equivalent file that describes what exactly hook is doing. And let's see this on a RobotID example. You see this pre-commit hooks file, which contains name of the hook, what kind of files it applies to, and so on. You do not need to create this file, it's just that the tools that you are using need it in the repository root. And if they don't, there are other ways of configuring tools described in the pre-commit documentation. But it just makes it easier for you. And when using pre-commit for the first time in the repository, you need to load the configuration using pre-commit install option. Later, on the first use, it will create virtual environment for your tools, install them and run. So the first run might take a few minutes, but the next ones are way faster. And by default, pre-commit register itself as pre-commit hook, so it will run your code before pre-commit, but you can of course configure it to run on any other Git events, for example, before pushing your code. Let's see this in an example. And we are back to our example project. You might see that I have added a new test case, which is using the keyword defined in the same file. You can also see that I have introduced a new variable, but I forgot to use it. I used the hard-coded string instead. Also, in the send process request keyword, I'm using the return setting, but now we have a better alternative for it starting from Robot Framework 5.0. All those issues should be either catched by Wrobocon or fixed by RobotID. But now, instead of running those tools manually, it should happen automatically before you commit your changes. Since it's the first time we are using the pre-commit in this repository, we need to install it first. Using the pre-commit install, the pre-commit will read the pre-commit configuration file and copy the configuration to the Git hooks pre-commit directory. So the Git will know what to call when we are committing our changes. Now let's verify what we are about to commit. So we are seeing that I modified on this file. So let's add it and let's create our commit. Now pre-commit or rather Git raised the pre-commit hook event and our tools were executed before committing our changes. You may see that isort and black were skipped because we modified the robot file and those tools work with the Python files. Instead, you can see that RobotID was executed and returned non-zero exit code, which interrupts our commit, and it shows that it modified our file. It replaced the deprecated return setting with the new return syntax. Also, Robocop raised two issues. You can see that variable expected message is assigned but not used, and also the same is for the response variable. Oh, you may see that I made a typo here. So let me fix this issue and let me reuse this variable here. So now our code should be good to go. Let's add changes again. And since the pre-commit interrupts our commit, we need to commit it again. Now you can see that everything passed, and I can see from the Git log that we have only two commits, one with our fixed changes and without the Robocop issues. And it is that simple. So you can easily use the pre-commit scripts to run any external tool, but also internal scripts. For example, like I mentioned, you may check the content of the commit message, or if your new changes apply to some to your company guidelines. You can also run unit test or integration testing before you commit, but unless your tests take very little time, I wouldn't recommend it. It's usually better to do this in the CI. But if they take a few seconds, or you just define this on the pre-push event, it might be a good idea to do this also locally. This topic is broad. Depending on what Git provider or Git server your company is using, setting up pipeline may be completely different. From the most popular Git providers, you have GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and now the cloud providers also have solutions like Azure Repos, AWS Code Commit, etc. All of those have their own integrated solutions for running the pipelines, like GitHub Actions or GitLab pipelines. And if your company uses the tools integrated with your Git provider, you're already lucky, and it may be a lot easier to set up your first pipeline. But usually it's a bit more complicated. Just take, for example, the company that use the self-host Bitbucket with all the external plugins disabled for the security reasons. And to run the pipeline, they are using the Jenkins instance. But for some reason, it's one of the older versions. Also, you quickly notice that whatever you find in the internet guides does not work in your company, because you have your own infrastructure as code solution, which needs to be used to create new jobs. So whatever I could show you might not work for you, even if you are using the same tools. That's why I have just general advice here. Start by observing of whatever is already defined in your company, and just copy and adjust it to your needs. Maybe developers have the pipeline for building and testing the code, or there are other automated jobs. Take it and reuse it for your own needs. In the next example, I will be using the Jenkins script, but you should be able to reuse the approach itself in any other build engine your company is using. Here you can see an example of the Jenkins pipeline, a very simple one. And you can see that it consists of several stages. The first stage is checking the code of your repository. The second stage is installing the dependencies. And of course, depending on your needs, you might also define the Docker image, build it elsewhere and just reuse it here. Or you might install the dependencies in every run of your pipeline. Another stage is running our static checks. And I will just park here for a while. So you can see that I'm running the two tools, Robocop and RobotID. Robocop returns non-zero exit code by default if he detects something in your code. RobotID requires extra check option in order to return non-zero exit code. It works similarly to any other auto formatter. So for example, we have black. And we also can define the check in order to fade the pipeline if black or RobotID modify the code. Instead of running the tools one by one, you can also reuse the same approach you are using locally. So you can run pre-commit, but not on the files changed in the commit, but on the all files. Okay, now you need to think how you want to present results of running your tools to the user. Of course, if the pipeline just passed and everything is green, then that's fine. But if Wrobocop finds something or RobotID auto-formats your file, you want to inform the user what they need to change in order for the pipeline to pass. And it heavily depends on what build server you are using and what plugins you are available for you, etc. The simplest sharing the results is just copying the output of the tools and storing it as artifact, or just simply displaying this in the stage as we were running the tools. But most of the tools are supporting the common output format. For example, Wrobocop supports the serif format, and it's the same for the other popular linters. This serif format can be, for example, used in the GitHub or GitLab to be automatically read by special actions, and then it will display the issues next to your code. So it's very easy to see what's wrong. Let's see this in an example. Here we have a pull request that I have open in the Wrobocop repository. And in our repository, we are running multiple checks. So those are linter checks, pre-commit on the remote branch, end-to-end test, unit test on the several platforms, etc. Since we are having our test framework to test if our rules are working correctly, our test data is just full of various Wrobocop issues. Because of that, we are usually not running Wrobocop on our test data itself, but especially for this example, I have introduced one Wrobocop issue and then run a special check that uploads the serif report to the GitHub to show you how it works. In this case, I have added new line here, which contains invalid code. It should raise the missing blank space after comment character. And you can see how GitHub is integrating well with this serif report, and it displays where the issue is in your code exactly in the file view. And the similar possibilities exist for the other tools as well, for the GitLab Bitbucket, even for the Jenkins itself with the warn next warning plugin. You can also see that you can display more details, and it will show extended documentation on the rule with some good code and bad code and configuration examples, which makes it a lot easier for the other people in your team to understand why this issue was raised, rather than just dry one line warning from the output. And for that reason, instead of trying to parse the tool output by hand manually, try to first check if it offers some common output format, and then if your Git provider can load and integrate this format into the view. It may help you a lot with displaying the results. Okay, that concludes the run static check part. Then let's assume that every issue from the Wrobocop or RobotID was fixed, and you are going to the next stage, which is the robot dry run mode. I think it's one of the most underestimated options in the robot framework. Robot dry run mode, as the name suggests, is dry running through code without executing the keyword itself. So it's exploring your code, checking if the dependencies imports are declared correctly, if the keywords can be found, or the number of arguments are passed correctly to the keywords. And whenever it finds any kind of issue, it will fail execution. Let's try to run it inside our example project. But to be more realistic, let's introduce the sleep keyword 60 minutes here. And of course, if you would want to run the test to see if everything is correct with the test itself, it will take at least 60 minutes. But instead, we can run the robot dry run here. And of course, it fails since it is example project and I didn't set up it correctly. But let's open the log and see what's wrong. You might see it complains that it couldn't resolve the path to the resource file and library files. And it will be the same in your repository. So if you, for example, forgot to install the dependency or you put the invalid path, it will also fail. Similarly, I introduced some unknown keyword here, the get application status. So it fails with the message that this keyword doesn't exist. And here with the post on keyword. And you also see that even if the whole test would take at least 60 minutes, the dry run itself took less than 1 second. In very big projects, like thousands of test cases, it may take less than a minute or few minutes tops. So it's still a lot faster than running all the tests and may help you catch any kind of typos or issues with your dependencies, etc. When you first run it, you might need to spend a bit more time in order to fix your code, in order to dry run to work. You may have existing issues, or maybe you are using a lot of dynamic variables, dynamic imports, etc., which are not supported by the dry run mode. But still, I believe it's worth to try to use the dry run mode in your CI/CD pipeline. Also, if you have some issues that cannot be resolved in the robot dry run mode, but you still want to use it, there is special tag called no dry run. So when I run it, it will ignore the keyword or test case where this tag was defined, and now you can see that I have one test case more which is passing. And let's go back to our Jenkins pipeline. Our another stage after the robot dry run mode is the unit test, and by unit test I mean unit test for your test libraries. So when you are writing the test libraries, it can be the big Python libraries, which is consists of hundreds, thousands of lines, and it is still the code itself. So you want to ensure that this code is working. But because it is the test code, you don't need to have 100 coverage here. But I still think it's important to at least define some basic unit tests for your libraries to see if they were working correctly after some refactor or changes. And another last stage is smoke test. So if you have any short test to run, you might also want to run one or two such test cases in your CI/CD pipeline to see if the proposed change doesn't break anything in your code repository. And that's it for your first pipeline in your test repository. After you run all the stages, you want to report your result back to your Git provider. If you have integrated solution like GitHub Action, it may happen automatically. In case your run was triggered using the webhook or plugin for example, in the Jenkins, you might need to use either special plugin like GitLab commit status, or use the API of your Git provider like Bitbucket API in order to post status of your pipeline back to the open pull request. Okay, we went for automation on your local machine, then running CI/CD pipeline, and assuming all went good, we should be ready to merge. But we are not done yet. We are left with most important step, the review. It's tricky subject, and when I see the developers really not doing the reviews these days, the tests are not treated the same. They are often merged directly, and I believe it's the major problem, and we can run the robot. The proposed change doesn't break anything in your. Okay, we went for automation on your local machine, then running CI/CD pipeline, and assuming all went good, we should be ready to merge. But we are not done yet. We are left with most important step, the review. It's tricky subject, and when I see the developers really not doing the reviews these days, the tests are not treated the same. They are often merged directly, and I believe it's the major problem, and we always should the reviews. Some of you may ask what to do if you are the only one QA in the team. Well, of course you can ask the developers or other QAs in the company. Even if you don't know the context of your change or the business logic, they will still be able to help catch any typos or areas in the code that should be improved. I'm also doing something I called self-review. So I'm leaving my change for an hour or more, then I'm going back to it and I'm reading through the changes. And I often catch something at this point. That's why I think that even if you don't have the CI/CD pipeline or you are not running any automation to improve your code quality, you still need the review. It's the first step for improving the code in your repository, since it's the easy way of instantly improving the quality of the code. And now you should be able to merge your change. But what if you still miss issue in your test itself and after night regression you are getting the flaky test? For that, we cannot forget about the monitor part of the DevOps principles. First of all, you obviously want to run the test and observe how they behave after their change. But in case something goes awry, you want traceability of your change. You may be using advanced Git flows practices in your repositories, or you simply create feature branch and merge it directly to the master. But in order to trace your changes, you want some kind of versioning. I often see it's missing from the test automation repositories, and I later see the logs from the 2 different days. One is failing, but I'm not sure if it's application issue or the test issue. With some kind of versioning, I would know that, for example, one of the logs is using the new version of the test library after the big refactor, and it should be main suspect first. Here I have a short tip for you. Use the metadata in Robot Framework. Let's see this in the code. We are back to our example project. You can see that I have created the init robot file inside the test suite, which contains the static section. Here I have number of metadata, and metadata is key value pairs that may contain some information that will be displayed in the robot framework log. It can be static information, like for example, I just put the test version using the string constant here, but it can also use the variables. Here I use the environment variable, or it can contain evaluated Python expression. In this case, I use the robot framework version, evaluating the variable from the robot package. I can do the same for my Python test libraries, and thanks for that I can display some dynamic information that will be useful for me later for monitoring part. Let's run the test and see how it will looks like in the log. Okay, let's open the log. Here you can see the log from my execution, and if I go under the test suite, you will see all my metadata. So we have the environment, which is the value of the env variable dev, and we have the robot framework version 6.1.1. And now we have my test library version evaluated from my package, which is 1.11, and the test version 1.1. And thanks for that, you can easily refer to the settings you used when running the test, and later use that information when analyzing your test results. Okay, that sums up the brief introduction to how you can manage development of your test. It of course just scratched the surface, but I hope it will be a good starting point for your team. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Bartłomiej, and let's have you on stage live. And once again, sorry for the hiccup with the stream. It was entirely on my part. So we have some questions and one question to organizers. That would be me. I will leave this one until the end. So the first question, would your suggestions and tips work well for all types of projects, or would you suggest skipping on them in any cases?
So yeah, I try to make this presentation generic enough so it will be used anywhere. Even if you don't use my tools or robot framework itself, there are still alternatives to those tools in other languages. So you can search for them in this language ecosystem and then try to use it.
Okay. Do you have any tips on how to get your colleagues to review very large pull requests?
Yeah,
there are some suggestions. Be nice or be threatening.
Yeah, okay, so the first step is to not create big pull requests. So I often notice that I, for example, just went into refactor branch, and I noticed I created several thousand lines pull request. But then I see that I, for example, fixed several issues. I changed code into several parts, refactored two libraries. It can be easily split to the logic part and refactored in the separate pull request. It's a lot easier to read and for the others to understand the scope of the changes in the pull request. So first step, don't create pull requests big pull requests unless absolutely necessary. Second step is, of course, it's the general advice how to actually start reviewing the pull request. So this is something I covered in the presentation. So the first step is always the hardest. So whenever I ask people we should do pull request reviews in the company, everybody just maybe not. But I start doing them anyway. So I'm just saying, oh, I noticed you put pull requests, and I have a few suggestions here and there. Then people actually notice that the reviews are useful, and they actually start asking for the reviews back to others, not only me, because well, the company is bigger, so there's several QAs. Other people may know about their code more. So yeah, so the starting is the important part, and just to let people see that the reviews are useful.
Out of curiosity, do you personally treat merge requests or pull requests as a form of documentation itself?
Yeah, this is kind of changelog for me, at least. So whenever there's an issue, I can easily refer to pull request, which describes the change. I also like to put some logs here. For example, I tested this change here and there. So for me, it's some kind of documentation itself. If you put commits to the master or your pull request have 50 commits, like I did the change too, it's and you don't squash the commits, it's really hard to see what changed in the repository, what could actually create a bug in the application.
Okay, so you are personally a fan of squashing the changes that you work on.
Squashing or keep your commits isolated to the change. Sometimes I have like 10 commits in the pull request. I don't squash them because they actually describe what's done well. So for example, in this commit, I updated configuration, this and this because something. So yeah, so two ways: either squash everything, the easiest, or create isolated commit.
Okay. Do you have any recommendations regarding the extensions or plugins to IDEs to work with the tools that you presented? So pre-commit, RobotID, and Robocop.
Mhm. Yeah, so for the most popular IDs, so it is, I think, PyCharm and Visual Studio Code, there is something called Robot Framework LSP. It was added quite recently, 2 years ago, so maybe not all people know it, but new tools were developed based on that. And for both PyCharm and Visual Studio Code, there is IntelliJ plugin made by Robocorp, so you can search for that. And for the Visual Studio Code is also the robot code. They are slightly different. You might see it for yourself which you like more if it comes for the Visual Studio Code, where you have two alternatives. But yeah, try it. There is a lot of new options in those tools. You can run the test, you can run my tools, so you can link the code in live or auto format the code. You can easily search for the used keywords, variables. So it's really useful. And yeah, it works better than those old plugins which didn't have the full access to the robot framework context. So the old plugins just colorize the syntax, but didn't do much for you for it beyond that.
Okay. We use in our team the pre-commit for auto formatting. We didn't use it for verifying the code quality with Robocop until now. But I've been wondering if it's a good idea to also automatically execute a dry run as a, for example, pre-push Git hook.
Mhm. Yeah, so it depends. In very big project, dry run can take 1 minute, several minutes. I saw that it once took 50 minutes. I used Puppet to run the dry run, but it is also because we had a lot of time spent in the initializing the libraries, which is also done by dry run. So if it's taking so much time, I wouldn't recommend it, even if it is for pre-push, then yeah, I would think about this, but I usually put the longer running actions in the CI/DC pipeline. But if it is really quick, or if you are well versed with the pre-commits to the point that you can easily run dry run only for the files you modified. So if you modify the test and then run the test, then that's easy. But if you modify the library, you should run the whole scope. So you would need some kind of wrapper script to handle that. So if you're well versed with that, you can create some kind of solution for that and run dry run. But yeah, it's just easier to put this in the CI/CD pipeline and stick it there. Mm, I actually once were in the project which had more than 100 pre-commit hooks. It was everything, like generating the documentation, running some unit tests, building Docker images, whatever. It took several minutes, and I just didn't commit during the day because it was taking too much. Or I just put this no verify option, which skips pre-commit, but don't say
Okay,
to
and
the others
then do
about
it
that.
once.
Yeah, then do it once. So yeah, you don't want to interrupt the workflow of the engineer. So
Okay.
you want it to be smooth, so they don't interrupt the development cycle.
Okay. Someone asked about if we can find all rules sets used by Tidy and Robocop. Does Robot Framework provide something like PEP 8 guidance style?
Yeah, so both tools have the list option. So you can list all the rules, transformation, and have it on the screen, which is of course hardly readable, but you can do this. You can also filter those lists by some options like enable, disable, whatever. We have also external documentation. If you type Robocop read the docs or Robot ID read the docs, you will get there. we are actually quite proud of this documentation. I think sometimes it takes more time to update documentation than the code itself. So you can read, for example, for the Robocop or Robot ID, you have the code examples before, after transformation, how it can be configured. Before, there's a lot of configuration options for both tools, and you can really change your project entirely based on some flags. So yeah, so I think our documentation is quite nice, so you can read on that. Also, regarding the PEP8, there is new initiative group which is creating the new style code guidelines for the robot framework. They are meeting, I think, weekly or bi-weekly. They're creating the something similar to the PEP8, and I think soon there will be the first results published, so we can take a look. And yeah, when it will be published, we of course update our tools so they will match the rules from the official code guideline, and we will be in match with them. But
so
still,
you will have like the official rules and the optional rules.
Yeah, exactly. We stay configurable. So if you say that, for example, new official rules are not for you, you can always configure our tools, disable rules, whatever. So you can apply whatever you like.
Okay. And last question to you: is your project Sherlock still alive or under active development? Are there any other options for quickly or automatically finding dead code?
Yeah, this is a hard question. I would say that I prefer to say this is alive, but I always keep this in the prioritization line. So I always develop the Robocop, then Robot ID first, and then I don't have time for anything else. So the Sherlock is very last, but I constantly try to get back to it, so we have some alternative, because there are some problems that cannot be detected by Robocop just by its because this is just the linter, so you don't have access to the whole scope of your project. You don't know that this variable was used in the different file or not, etc. And Sherlock could help with that, and I still plan to develop it further, but yeah, I'm having some hiccups because on focus on other tools first.
Okay, thank you for the live Q&A. This was a blast and a very good presentation. I think I will have my team rewatch it every time that a new engineer joins. So it will be very helpful for the future. And as for the question to the organizers, Maciej asked if we are planning to disclose the list of people who joined from certain organizations. We would love to, but actually we don't collect this information. So if you were so kind and actually went here under this introduce yourself form, then you can share with us which organization you're from and how you learned about the conference, and we will be happy to gather this information and publish it at a later stage. It will be also very helpful for us. So I think we have 4 minutes break, and then at 2:10 Ed will be up with his presentation. Thank you, Bartłomiej. And
thank you.
Talk to you soon.
And now we're back after the break. That was a really short one. And now is the time for the presentation from Ed Menlove about the next 15 years of robot framework. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
As Pekka announced at this past Wrobocon, we have reached the 15th year anniversary of Robot Framework being open sourced and shared with a wider community. With this milestone, I started to think about where we have been, where we currently are, and what would the next 15 years be like. To look at this picture of the past, present, and future, I want to work through some questions that will help us walk through this timeline. Some questions like, how can one contribute? What are the channels for outreach? Or, how did I come into the community? That seems like a good place to start. But before I do that, I should probably introduce myself. Hello, my name is Ed Manlove, and I've been a Robot Framework community member for about 12 years now. And for me, it started back with my contributions to the Selenium 2 library, or the then Selenium 2 library. So let me tell you a little bit about how I came into the community. At the time, I was working on an open source project called Plone. Plone is a content management system written in Python. And at the time, the Plone community had come together to discuss how are they going to test the front end. And in that discussion is where I was introduced to Robot Framework. And as a community, we decided to use Robot Framework for our front-end testing tool. Now, there was actually an issue between how Plone operated and how the Selenium 2 library was working. It was actually, in that case, it was in the Selenium 2 library. And so as the volunteer who had been working on creating some front-end tests, I went in and looked at the issue and created both a ticket for the issue and also a bug fix for it. At the same time, the current maintainer of the Selenium 2 library was really interested in my work, and he brought in the fix and we fixed the problem. But he was also starting to not use Robot Framework as much, whereas I was starting to use it more and more. So we had a discussion, and essentially he handed over the keys to the Selenium 2 library to me, and that's kind of how I became the maintainer of the Selenium 2 library. Now that leads us to another set of good questions. How can one contribute, and what makes contributions valuable? So I've talked about this in the past. Is a good place to start thinking about this is a need. So contributing from one's need. And that might sound a little odd, but let me describe that to you. So in our case, with the Plone community, we had a need. We had a problem with the Selenium 2 library where it wasn't working with our build system. And so we contributed a fix. And that's actually how I think a lot of people kind of come into contributing to the community, is by providing having some sort of need. This feature doesn't work for me, or there's an issue with this, or I really like to see this feature. And so that's how I think a lot of people come into the community, is by making a contribution. Now, I think there's a couple of things important to keep in mind there. One is kind of size, and the other one is what I kind of call the place. First, size. And I think it's important to know the size of your contribution isn't really important. It could be a big contribution or it could be a small contribution. Really coming from where you are and coming maybe from that need and providing input. So that's a perfect way of talking about it. right? A contribution can be a need and just talking about it. Maybe it's providing some code or some documentation. Maybe it's just providing some support and enthusiasm to the project. So that contribution doesn't have to be large. The other one is place. And so contributing to the Robot Framework project doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be contributing into the core or that you need to contribute into the core. Wherever you find your connection, and maybe that initial connection, that initial need, you can contribute in there. So maybe you're contributing within a library project or somewhere else in the ecosystem. Maybe it is to the core. Maybe you have an issue or like to see a feature or work in a certain way. So contributing in that way. Or maybe it's within your local team or organization and with those people around you. So anywhere that contribution can be made is a good place to kind of come in to be. And that's really what makes contributions important, is by everybody kind of giving into both actually, and I'll say this, both kind of coming with a need, so kind of taking from the community, but also kind of giving back. By this kind of duality of give and take, what we do is we kind of build this community of mutual reliance almost. And so we have created a community from this. With that, let me ask another question, or another question can get asked. Do I need to be an expert? And do I need to have special skills? I always say to this, the answer is no. And so just as I kind of talk about starting contributing with a need, I start to say contribute with the skills that you have. And let me give you an example from my own story of when I started with the Selenium 2 library. As the maintainer of it, I would always make, one of the interesting things, I'd make contributions to the project, or I'd make changes to the project. And with every change I made out to the project, I always wanted to run that by a second pair of eyes. And I'll say, and I've said this before, with every single contribution that I made, there was always a suggestion from that person that I ran it by of how I might make it a little better. Maybe there was an issue with it, or how could I think about it in a different way. And that second pair of eyes really helped me understand its usage and help make my contributions better. So having a second pair of eyes was helpful. Now you might ask, Ed, if you're just telling us that you as a leader and maintainer of this library needed help yourself, how with my skill set might I do that? I understand. And think about it. I had certain skills that helped me to be able to contribute in there, but I grew my skills. And so that's where we as a community can make a real difference, is we help each other grow in our contributions and grow in our knowledge. And so by working together as a community, what we're really doing is we're building up each other. And so you're learning from me, I'm learning from you. And together as a community, we build up both our community, but we're also building up our individual and collective knowledge. And this is really important. And it's a distinct choice that we make as a community, right? We could be a community that says, no, you need to come in here and you first need to learn all of these different skills before you can contribute. Or, as I suggest, what we do is we make ourselves a community where we're helping each other to grow. And I see that in a lot of different places. Actually, that leads me to my next question. What are the channels for outreach? Before I answer that, as I'm thinking about education, let me give you a good channel for learning. We recently, in the past year, created these guides, and the guides are a set of kind of usable how-to. We have the original user guide, and that's a really great resource, but that's kind of a reference type resource. These new user guides are a practical guide to do a lot of different things. How do I get started? How do I do CI systems? How do I do some documentation and reporting? And so these are some practical guides. Now, let me say and add in here, I will share links to all of these kind of channels so that you can find them easily. But the guides is the first place I start. So talking about some of our channels, the first thing I think of is our Slack channel. And there we have a Slack channel filled with a lot of the members of the community. And there is kind of a real-time chat. I find a lot of people come into the Slack channel when they've got a question and want to have a conversation. And there's also people that kind of come in and maybe they have answers and share. So that's a good spot for us to kind of give and take and have a real-time conversation. We also have the forum, and the forum is a community discussion or a discussion forum on the web that gives us kind of a longer term format. It's also threaded discussions. Some people prefer those over kind of this chat type of areas, but we have both, and both are really useful for sharing information. In addition, we have some social media channels. There's a Facebook group, which I'll admit I don't know much about. There's one social media. We also have an old Twitter account that I think we're still using. And then we have LinkedIn. And so LinkedIn is the kind of the social media channel that I have found over the past few years, and I think it's a really interesting one. There's a lot of people in there. Some questions get asked there. In addition, I find a lot of people and make a lot of connections, old and new connections there. Found a lot of good connections within LinkedIn. So I suggest you check out our LinkedIn channel. So one other kind of channel is our GitHub repositories. Now, the first one I think about is the core repository. So we have where the robot framework code is, and it's out on this in the Robot Framework Foundation GitHub organization. But in addition to that, we have a community organization, and we call it Market Square. Market Square is what we call a place for people to bring out their repositories or projects within GitHub and share them. And it's got three goals. The first one is that goal about sharing. It is kind of this visual, upfront, public place, kind of a common square to meet and share your repositories. The second goal is to help build up teams around those projects. So, for example, we've got the browser library out there, and the core team brings it out there and shares it out with the community. And we've had a lot of different people come in and contribute into it by having it out in the center. In addition, or the third goal for the project is kind of this long-term maintainership and sustainability of projects. So we might have some projects that are being passed along from previous maintainers onto new maintainers. And this is kind of a wonderful mechanism for doing that. Good example of this, and a recent kind of what I call a success, is the database library. The database library was produced by Franz Z, and I hope I pronounced his name right, but Franz had built the database library a while ago and had wanted to pass along the maintainership. And so we had some people within the community that wanted to kind of update it and take on the maintainership. And so we've passed that into the community and brought that out. So the GitHub Market Square is a kind of a great resource for everybody out in the community. Thinking back on channels, one other channel that I want to remember and almost don't want you to forget about and also to think about is that your local team or your local organization is a great community and a great channel for you. So when we think about the larger community, one of the things that we talk about is that local community. It's not just always out within maybe the Slack community. Sometimes that's what we call maybe internal, part of a smaller part of the community. But that's an important channel because those people are kind of the building blocks. They help us build up, our work, and from there we build up the community. And related to that, a question is, how do we make our local community more active? So for communities just starting off, there are several themes or several ideas that I like to share with them. They are: start small, set expectations, be consistent, and think about the needs. So let me go through those again. Start small, set expectations, be consistent, and think about needs. So starting small means starting simple. To start to build a community, you don't need to start by necessarily hosting a conference, but maybe giving a talk. And that talk doesn't have to be in a large group of strangers. I think giving a talk within your team, or maybe your small part of your organization, that's a wonderful place to start, right? Encouraging one another. And then once you've done that, looking a little bit larger. So having a good place to start is starting small. Next is setting expectations. And this really isn't, I don't say this in a way of saying be realistic or be humble, but setting expectations is about letting those people in your community know what you're going to be doing, setting those expectations. So if I'm going to host a meetup, or maybe write a blog post, start writing a blog post, start a meetup, I'm going to make an announcement. And I might say, I'm going to do this once a quarter. Or maybe I'll say, I'll do it once a month on the first week of the month. But what I'm doing here by kind of describing it, and at my own, I want to say ability or pace, I like the once a quarter because that kind of sets me up small. I'm setting expectations. So people will know, oh, I'll have to come back once a quarter, or I'll come back once a month. And you're really matching their expectations with what you're going to provide for them. The third thing kind of related to that is to be consistent. So once you kind of set those expectations, being consistent is very helpful, because then you can start to build those connections, and almost you're building trust and building up the community. The last thing is focusing on needs, right? That's really what draws people in, is you're focusing on their needs, and you say, well, what are your needs? What are you trying to learn? And by providing a focus on those needs, you really start to draw people in, and then you start to have a larger discussion. So now for communities that are kind of already starting this, and they're starting a little larger, you know, what are some of the things that you can do to make your community more active? And I think of a couple of different things. One is starting to build synergies with other communities, right? So growing, you know, it's about growing. And so what I do is looking out is, where is the other things? So if I'm a company and I've got a meetup and I have, you know, maybe 2/3 of the people from my internal with the company, looking at what those 1/3 people are doing, right? Helping out them. And maybe you're going to help them build their own small community, and you start to build up larger communities around you. The other thing goes back to the idea of give and take. So, you know, we've talked a lot about a good place for people to start, or where a lot of people start, is in the coming with a need. So I'm kind of taking away from the community. One of the things that you can do to start to build your active community is working with people to kind of help on the giving, right? Having those people give talks. So maybe you are pulling, you know, you had been pulling all the speakers from an internal pool of internal pool of robot framework users, starting to ask your audience to, hey, could you give a talk? What do you think about this? Again, you might be starting small, but making that transition from kind of the give to the take, and that helps to build up the community. So talking about this, what are some events that are planned? First, we have this conference today, and I really do want to thank Nice Project for all the work they've done. You know, I've been super excited last year when they started hosting this online conference, and super excited to see them come back again this year and hosting it, and looking forward to the future with it. Maybe we'll have 15 years of this conference. So I'm super excited about that. And I'm super thankful for all that they've done, and really honored to be here with you. In addition, we've got our annual Robot Framework Conference held in Helsinki coming up this coming February. We've got a few things going on actually during that week. We've got the main conference on the 8th and the 9th. And in addition to that, we're having workshops on the 6th, the Tuesday, and on the 7th, the Wednesday, the day before the conference, we have kind of our community day. And this is actually a really interesting and important part of that week. This is kind of like an unconference where the participants kind of set the schedule. This is a great opportunity for people in the community to kind of work together and meet somebody new and work on a project or have discussions about projects. And it really fits into the larger week of the conference and the needs of both those that kind of put on the conference and also those that come to the conference. And one last thing, this year we're also thinking about and working towards having a cultural activity on the Saturday after the conference. So for those of you who might start to be thinking about the conference, think about that whole week and how you might participate during the whole week. And finally, post-pandemic, one of the things that I've started to see is more and more organizations hosting meetups. So within the Helsinki area, the Robot Framework Foundation is starting up some meetups again, in-person meetups, and also having those online. We in the kind of both here in the United States and up in Canada, and we're looking out for other places in America. We're talking about having our own meetup that kind of fits into that time frame from Brazil, Brazil to California. So East Coast to West Coast on all of the Americas, South America, Central and North America. I want to set expectations on that, so I have to work on that. But we'll be talking more about that in the future. Now, one of the questions was, what was it that made me, take an active part in the community? Why did I want to take an active part in the community? And really kind of balances out to two areas that I think I find in a lot of different people who contribute. It's kind of both on a personal level and a professional level. If I look back at my time with the Robot Framework community, I see, advances both personally or personal joy. I'm not sure if I call them advances, but professional advances and kind of personal just joy from the community. I started off as a stay-at-home dad, and working with the Selenium 2 library was kind of my time to keep my skills up, and also kind of a chance to have time with other adults. But soon my kids started into full-time school, and my work with the Robot Framework community was really what opened up the door to me getting my first job back from being a stay-at-home dad for about 7 years. And then from there, I got to be a leader, a test automation lead very quickly, and gave a lot back into the organization that I was with. And from there, getting to go to technical conferences and meeting the Selenium core team. And then, my next several jobs were all around Robot Framework. And then a big incentive for me was getting the chance to come to Finland for the first time, for the very first Wrobocon. The great joy in that, and that experience of that, both professionally, being able to kind of give a talk and present myself and my company to the larger community, but also just the experiences of coming to Helsinki and meeting people in the community And I get to repeat that, and I've repeated that for several years, and it just helps me professionally, but it also just, I enjoy it from a personal standpoint. It's something of a great joy. And so, I encourage everybody to kind of look at that. How is this being a part of the community helping me professionally, and what do I get out of it personally? So looking towards the future, what are some of the topics I'm thinking about? So I've got kind of 4 topics, and here they are, and I'll walk through each of them. So the first one is this: simplify, simplify, simplify versus educate, educate, educate. This is a theme that I've been hearing a fair amount about, low code. So low code is a theme that we hear a lot about. And I kind of place Robot Framework in this kind of scale from low code to full code. It kind of hits all those areas. And I'm not going to talk about that today, but on the low code side, I hear a lot of discussion about how can we make Robot Framework simpler, simpler, simpler. And I think to a degree it's fairly simple in some areas. And I kind of think, well, should we make it simpler, or can we do something different, which is educate, educate, educate? And I must admit, I'm kind of on the education side. But I also say that listening to this discussion between simplifying or educating, I see the place for simplifying. And I know there's some real key areas within Robot Framework that we can simplify. Providing the error messages back, feedback messages, is an area that I think simplifying and also clarifying would greatly help. The database library, some of the things in there and some of our other libraries, how can we simplify the usage of it? Not only maybe educate how to use it, but how do we simplify it? How do we make it easier? And so there's this interesting dynamic that I think a lot about, and will be active, I know, in what I work on over the next year. So the next one is programming language versus natural language. I introduce Robot Framework as a natural language, a generic natural language testing framework. And really like how Robot Framework uses this natural language and the kind of the flexibility with a full natural language. We also have programming syntax within our Robot Framework, and that's important. We're doing test automation, which is a programming exercise, and there's kind of, though, a kind of a bipolar dynamic with these two, and I think it's important for us as a community to kind of have a conversation around this, and we're kind of having a pool on this, and so this is an area of, should we be more natural language? Should we be more programming language? How do we make it, how do we bring those together? What's the conflict there? What's the things that make them work together? And how do we kind of, what focus are we going? What path are we choosing? The next kind of thing that I'm thinking about now and kind of in the future is the second generation of maintainers, of contributors. We, as an open source project, as we started off with, reached our 15th year anniversary of being an open source project. And as you start to look at the long-term sustainability of projects, open source projects, you start to see generational changes over time. And so one of the important things is looking long-term for Robot Framework. How do we mentor our next generation of leaders? How do we grow our next generation of leaders within the community? And that's an important thing. We're kind of at the right time frame to be thinking about that, and thinking about it now. Finally, feedback channels. I would like us to grow our feedback channels. And I'll give an example from the Selenium library. There's a lot of changes that we're making or really not changes, but more features that we're adding in, and trying to figure out what's the best way to make those feature changes. What's the best way to design those features? You know, we've got a fairly small team, and but we've got an extremely large user base. And so getting feedback from the community on particular areas, particular libraries, or within the core, I think is an important thing that I'd like to work on. And it's something I'm thinking about the future. And one of the things and one of the solutions for this is building people's what I call CI, or continuous integration maturity. That's not making us all experts in continuous integration, but making us and kind of building up everybody's CI maturity so that we can easily test out changes, right? So if I'm making some changes, how can I easily give them to you and you can test them out in your system with your test automation scripts? You know, so building that CI maturity is an area that I'd like to see us as a community kind of grow in. And talking about the Selenium library, question that someone had asked me was, you know, what's happening with the Selenium library? And I just want to give some highlights. 4 things, Selenium 4. So we're adding in some Selenium 4 features into this Selenium library. In addition, and one of those is these kind of wait for conditions. Wait for conditions allow you to wait for a lot of different conditions built in within Selenium. This really will enhance the ability within our Selenium library to do waiting. We've even talked about getting to the point where we might have some built-in, out-of-the-box waiting solutions for the Selenium library. Another exciting new thing with the Selenium library is the Selenium Manager. And this is actually outside of the Selenium library project. This is actually within the core Selenium. The Selenium team has now packaged with Selenium releases what's called the Selenium Manager. And it basically manages the browsers and it manages the drivers for them. And so it can handle all of that. And so it takes that burden of setting up your machine off your hands. Or you can use those tools to easily configure machines before you run your test automation. But it's an important change and something that people should be aware about if you're in the Selenium library world. And one last one is the WebDriver bidirectional. And what this is how Selenium communicates with the browsers. It's a kind of, in the past, it's been, we send out a command, things will happen, we eventually get back a response. With the WebDriver bidirectional change, and this is actually not only the Selenium project, but this is actually the whole W3C specification for WebDriver. What it changes is it makes it more event-driven and gives you a lot more information and a lot more points of control or gathering data from this interaction. And so the WebDriver bidirectional changes are going to make a significant under the hood change to Selenium library. And I'd like to conclude with these questions. What makes Robot Framework community tick? And how has the Robot Framework community grow or evolved over the years? And really, what I want to say here is this participation. This is what makes the community tick. This is how the community grows, is by people contributing, people participating, that give and take, people coming in and sharing their skill sets, you know, working with others. By participating, we all kind of help the community grow. Our participation is really what makes the community happen, what makes the community tick. It's kind of what the heartbeat or the lifeblood of the project is that participation. And I think we can all grow from that. So I want to thank you all for spending this time with me as we looked at our community, maybe how you can contribute to the community, how we can grow the community. And I look forward to meeting you in the future and being part of this larger community. Have a good evening and take care. Bye.
Hey, hello, Ed. Nice to have
Hello.
you here. Yeah, it's a great presentation. I think for me personally, the community is the key differentiator of Robot Framework. It's the key part for me personally, watching people collaborate. So it's for me personally, it's a great talk.
Thank you.
But before we start the Q&A session, I want to ask you what time it is at your home.
It's not too bad right now. It's we're a quarter to 9 o'clock in the morning, so
Yeah.
the sun is up. People are all out the door, so it's not too bad. It was a little early a few hours ago, but
Yeah, when we started the conference, it was something like 3 a.m. at your
yes,
local
yes.
time. Yeah, so that's why I even more appreciate that you found the time and joined us today. And yeah, like I said, the community is one thing that because of which we created this conference. When Adam said he has an idea to create this conference, I thought it's what a great idea. And even today we have over 200 people who registered. And during the previous talks, there were some problems, and already the community collaborated and found some solutions, or are scheduling some meetups, to discuss the problems. So yeah, that's like I said, one of the key factors to drive this conference. So yeah, starting with the questions. The first question: you said that you started your journey with Robot Framework 12 years ago. What did you think about this framework then? Did you expect it to develop this way, that in that direction?
So the first question is kind of what did I think of it? I had not seen it, and I was already a bit grumpy because I had done some work with Selenium and just pure Python and Selenium, and I was like, oh, I want to keep this work that I've already done. But the community within Plone is such a great community and such a smart community too. I trusted them, and then kind of just got into it. And as soon as I got into it, it was kind of a wonderful joy to work with it. And I actually spoke at some of the Plone conferences, in the time right after it was introduced to kind of bring it to the larger community there. And the growth of it, yes and no. It's an open source project, so you expect it to grow, but every open source project is different and every experience is different. So it's really exceeded my expectations in that terms.
Okay. And the next question: I bet many people may find the scale of Robot Framework overwhelming at first. How do you approach understanding of the entire system, how to start working with it to be able to create the first contribution?
And I think there's a couple thoughts on that. One is, usually you're working on something in particular. So I might be doing web testing, or I might be doing API testing, or maybe I'm doing mobile testing, some sort of testing. And so I think focusing where you're working on is a good place to start, because then you're kind of in a smaller area. And so that's kind of a good place to start is in the small part of it. There's still parts of Robot Framework that I still haven't touched and still don't know much about. So I'm still learning myself. But that's kind of it, is kind of looking at a small part, maybe something that you're working on. Usually, and it comes in a lot. This isn't working the way I want it to work. I think it should work this way. And that's a good spot to start. And it kind of just focusing narrow. And I think as a larger community, we can kind of help you when you need to start looking at that larger perspective. So.
Yeah, I think so too. And did you consider integrating assertion engine from browser library to Selenium library?
Yes, we've considered it. And just to give some background on that, the assertion engine is used, it was actually originally part of browser library, and Tattoo Alto saw its value outside of just the browser library and pulled it out and made it its own kind of standalone Python package that any library author can do. But it basically adds what you might call inline assertions within the keywords. So we might do a get text within Selenium library, and then you want to get text. Instead of doing 2 keywords of get text and putting it into a variable and then checking it, you can check it in the single line. We've considered it. One of the difficulties, though, is that Selenium library has such a long history, and so you kind of have to navigate and make some decisions around, do you want to break everything now and go forward with this new way, or do you want to kind of keep the old way? The fact that people can do assertions now is, a good thing. And so we're kind of having that dialogue. And I think that's where having that feedback loop, for example, is a good thing to have, because then we can say, what as a community do we think? So we've considered it, and I think that's a topic for 2024, early 2024. So
So we're looking forward to that. So thank you for the Q&A session. In 9 minutes, we will have the panel discussion. So Ed will be there also. So there will be Ed, there will be Bartek Hirsch, there will be Patrick Kumor, Mateusz Nojek, and I will be the moderator. So see you in 9 minutes. Thank you, Ed, again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, and we are back with the final point of our agenda, the panel discussion. And like already mentioned, in the expert discussion will take part Patrick Kumar,
Hi.
Bartłomiej Hirsch, Ed Menlove, and Mateusz, which didn't have a talk today, but is surely our expert and one of our co-organizers of the conference. So how will this panel discussion look like? We have prepared some questions, 6 of them, and everybody will answer the question. So the input for the how what they think about the certain topic. So everyone ready? So I think we can start. And the first question is, how did you get started with Robot Framework and what motivated you to use it? So maybe Bartek can go first.
Yeah, actually, I have a little story behind it. So I was already QA and developer for the 4 and 5 years already, and I was using Python. And I recently joined a new company, which was focusing on embedded projects with the use of the robot framework. And we got new client who, due to some regulations, needed to perform full scope of testing on his device, which was computer used as a control center in the train. And they wanted to get it done in 2 weeks due to the certification deadline. So frankly speaking, I just shake my head and thought we can't even set up first testing this time. But my manager noticed that they gave us the really great test documentation. It was very long PDF. Everything was described using natural language. So you have the sections, paragraphs, and then steps. For example, device should be configured with this and this. Then the system should respond in that or that way. But yeah, it was quite long document. And what he did, my manager, is he took the document, ran it through Python parser and Django templated, and bam, we had hundreds of these cases written in robot framework. And it was still kind of living test documentation. Then, of course, we had to implement the test libraries used to control the device. The client gave us some C libraries, so we just need to put some interface on it. And yeah, in the end, we didn't met the 2 weeks deadline, but the client was still impressed how much we managed to do this in this short time and keep the contract. It was eye-opening for me. I noticed how flexible can be. and how it could be also the executable test documentation. And it also helped me to think outside the box. So if it comes to how we can approach testing in the project.
Okay, thank you. So maybe next up will be Ed. You mentioned it a little bit in your presentation, but
I'll actually pass on to Patrick and Matisse on that one.
okay. So Patrick.
I said this also in my questions and answers part. So, like I said before, I started randomly. It was chosen randomly, and out of luck, the robot framework just became a good guess for us.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of good solution for that fits most of the problems, I think. So Mateusz.
Cool. So this is quite an interesting story because Robot Framework actually caught my eye through the job offers. So I could be a bit biased, but in mid 2018, when I was looking around on the market, if there's something interesting for me, I was constantly seeing Robot Framework as a requirement. And I didn't know it. I didn't know the technology back then. So I thought that maybe it's a good idea to learn it to improve my chance to be hired. So I did it, and I was very surprised how smooth the learning was, how smooth it went. I was only very confused by the return from keyword, but it's unfortunately. Unfortunately, it is deprecated now because it was quite awful and it was a bit confusing. But after just a few days, I was able to set up the whole testing environment, automate first critical tests and the product in the company. And then I contacted also an internal workshop to let the other QA team members know how to work with it. And then I switched to the companies, actually already 4 times since then. But as far as I know, they still use it till this day. So actually, I fell in love with Robot Framework. Then I started diving deeper into it, and here I am now.
Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting because I don't see Robot Framework in the job offers that often, at least nowadays. Yeah, but yeah. So then next question. How do you contribute to Robot Framework project or community, or how would you like to do so in the future? So maybe we start with Patrick this time.
As a start, mostly I'm contributing internally in our company. We are starting to introduce Python for our manual testers, for example. Since I knew Python at least for 7 years already, that was a good start for automation. By giving a base knowledge for a Python, skipping to a robot framework internally for our project was just as easy as possible because no one in our project knew before robot framework. I introduced many people to it, Java developers, Angular developers. So I think it's a good start to at least contribute in a overall robot framework project.
Mm-hmm. And what was the impression of Java developers to Robot Framework? How did they like it?
Strange. To be honest, the first impression was strange because of the look of the keywords. That was different, especially with our developers when Java code was containing a lot of German words that are longer than 1 meter. So that was difficult for them to skip around between this new kind of behavior.
Okay. So back to the basic question, maybe Bartek, how did you contribute to Robot Framework project or community?
In several ways. So the obvious one is, of course, the direct development of the tools like Robocop or Robot ID. or robot framework itself, but I find extremely valuable is sharing opinions or finding the issues. This is actually driving development of the tools of the robot framework itself. So I try to do the same. So for example, if I found the issue in cyber and even I'm not feeling confident enough to fix it on my own, I at least try to report so the code owners know it and also others who have the same issue. And it's actually the issue and not some problem on their end. And yeah, coming back to the questions, mostly I try to develop new libraries or tools, and I focus on code quality.
Okay, thank you. And Ed?
So I think the area I'm looking forward to working with in the next probably 6 months is the area where people are no longer wanting to maintain the library they're working with and want to pass it back into the community. And so kind of helping that kind of area of new library maintainers maintain older libraries is kind of where I'm looking at focusing on.
Yeah, I've noticed that Ed took over or helped maintaining several libraries, and it was really helpful for the community. So yeah, really great step. So there is a lot of libraries which are quite great, but at some point, of course, people had other plans with the life and went somewhere. And yeah, this kind of transitioning so others can update, it's very important.
Yeah, Ed, I think I need to reach out to you.
Yeah. So, Mateusz, what is your input on this question?
Yes, so I think it all started with the major event, and it was actually my dissatisfaction from the existing linting tools for robot framework, so tools that do the static analysis, code analysis. And it was around May, June 2020 when I tried to improve the old linter for robot framework. But I saw so many opportunities to improve it that I thought that the only way to do it is to create my own project. And I talked with Bartek a lot about it. And actually, he was the one who created the basics. And then I helped to develop the tool. And actually, a month ago, Wrobocon finished 3 years. And most importantly, it is very near breaking 2 million total downloads, which is just astonishing for me. And later we started Tidy, and then it was Sherlock, and then RoboSwag, and now it's too many tools. So that's why I thought that I need to catch up with Ed to think about it, how we can continue to maintain them and keep them live in the community. So I must say, I find it hard nowadays to support all of them. So I hope community can help here. And also on the other hand, when it comes to contributing, I'm also co-organizer of the upcoming Wrobocon, and also I spoke several times on the previous editions, and now I'm also here.
Yeah, so maybe with the Polish community can help with the libraries that you have open. So maybe if someone is there who's interested, then maybe can reach out.
Yeah, every kind of
Exactly.
community. Actually, community already helps. So we have at some point we noticed that the input from the community increased. So there was a lot of posts that they have some bugs, they did something didn't like, or I have some mails that he really wants some feature. It was not even the pull request, but we are getting the pull request already, and they're really nice to see that someone actually understands our code and can modify it, so it works. So yeah, so there is some help for the community, but still maintaining the tools, I think it's taking several hours of free time often. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to have a lot of input in terms of ideas. It would be also great to have more help with the code itself, but of course it's not that easy to start working on something that you haven't worked before, because you actually need to understand it and so on. But on the other side, I think we have a great documentation, and it's kind of easy to start adding anything in for example, in Wrobocon or in Tidy.
Yeah, so if there's anyone in the audience who would like to take part, so reach out. I think it's a good opportunity to start contributing if you want. So the next question, what are the most valuable or useful features or benefits of Robot Framework for your and your organization? So maybe again, Patrick can go first.
I would say simplicity. You have only two commands. Please run this, and here are your defects. For example, I was using the robot framework just to introduce developers for a code changes that needs to be retested. There was a defect for that, so that was the easiest option, just to tell them what they should run. Robot framework internally became something that was just used for a defect reproduction also, not only as a quality gate for our project, but also it was just used for everyone, just to reproduce something as soon as possible without any external configuration and so on, since that was already done by me. So it was just the easy spot.
Okay, so Ed, what do you think about it?
I think several of the organizations that I've worked within are very domain specific, kind of financial or government regulations. And so having that natural language front end really kind of helps a great deal with tying all the work that we do directly in the language of the domain that we're in. And so that's one of the things that I've always found is that connection there really helps us.
Yeah, and Mateusz?
So when I'm thinking about the biggest, let's say, features, most valuable features of Robot Framework, I think there are two things that come to my mind. First is readability. So readability, especially by non-technical people, because it's just amazing that people that did not possess the skill of programming, for example, they can read Robot Framework like it's a poem, and it's still code, right? So it's just amazing. And another thing is the low entry threshold. So I've learned Robot Framework for several days, and of course I spent years on mastering it, but it was just a few days for me that was enough to start automating tests. And I think it's like this for most of the people. So this is kind of really cool feature of Robot Framework.
Yeah, I have to admit that for me it was also this way. I had some experience with Python, but the simplicity of the syntax and the human-like language I liked very much. So like you said, the entry point is not so high. And Bartek, what do you think about the question?
Yeah, so I agree what Ed said. Every company have their own domain, and there are some specific domains like finance, big data, and I actually or embedded. I actually switched the domains a few times in my life, and it took me a lot longer to understand what actually company is doing than to get to know the technologies. Yeah, I could even write in the different language, but it was just easy. I could just refer to some tutorials, but if company was doing something quite else entirely and they didn't have documentation, it was really the hard part. And the fact that robot framework has such low entry level and it actually reads itself as a documentation, it's really useful feature. And it's really easy to start, but of course it comes with the price. So robot framework is flexible, but you can easily create very complex test projects that are really hard to understand, and then they are taking hours to see the whole flow of the test. You have hundreds of global variables, etc. So you need to be cautious here. But yeah, that's why we have tools for that. Also, I really like to create custom solutions tailored for the projects with the use of the robot framework. So I can easily create some test libraries, some parsers, or whatever, and just tailor it for the actual domain, like for the embedded or for the big data. And it's really a lot easier in the robot framework.
Okay.
If I can add something,
Yeah,
mostly
sure.
it takes max 2 days to implement the whole suite for a test case, but getting to know the business requirements takes almost a week, for example. And that's the problematic part. With robot, there is no problem at all right now.
Yeah, yeah. Before I go to the next question, maybe and to the audience, another shout out. If you have a question you would like to ask our experts, so use the QA section in the event tab. And yeah, there is actually one question from the community. What is your actually favorite library and what was your first loved one? So maybe Ed.
My first loved one is the Selenium library. Actually, I should say the Selenium 2 library at the time will always be my first love of one. Right now, it's kind of the database library, just because of kind of the transition back into the community, the updates around it. And so I'm kind of looking at those that are kind of getting updated and used is kind of where I'm excited about. So.
I'm really excited about the database library because it was the database libraries was quite in a not good shape, let's say, in last few years. But I hope it's going to change and it's going to be in a better shape. So yeah, because it's extremely useful.
Mm. So Mateusz, how about you? What was your is that your actual favorite one or first loved one?
Well, it's actually hard for me to not be honest here. Of course, it's Robocop because I feel very attached to it. I spent hours, days, and weeks on developing it, reading like every issue, talking with the community, and it's you don't even know how amazing it is to feel when people raise an issue in your library, that they are using it, they are sharing some thoughts, some ideas, or even reporting bugs. I'm really happy to see the bugs. It's really good. So so yeah, it's like obvious choice. But there is also a browser library, sorry, Ed, which I really like to use for UI browser web app automation, and it's really great, and I like to use it. So let's say these two.
Okay, and Bartek, how about you?
Yeah, it's actually interesting you mentioned the database library because I saw this library used in very different companies, and a lot of people started using it, then saw that they're missing something. But instead of contributing to open source, they created their own internal solutions based on the database library. It was usually done like that. And I also saw that in the next company. So I decided to actually start to contribute here. So recently I did like some small formatting, but yeah, I have some ideas to help there. Maybe reuse what I saw in different places. So maybe we can also still improve it. And yeah, if you see that you can you have library that you like, but it's missing something or there are some bugs, then at least maybe create the issue. It's really helpful for the others. I often saw the same thing done in the different companies by different people, and it was quite funny. Like, oh, this library is missing this, so I will do this, and other person in different my new company also did the same, and frankly, and they wasted a bit of their time reinventing the wheel instead of giving back to the community. And yeah, getting back to my favorite libraries is custom libraries. I really like to create custom libraries in Robot Framework tailored for my needs. And it's not only the keywords to run some stuff. You can also use test libraries for storing the data. There was some interesting questions about that in the Slack recently. So you can create some kind of mapping or whatever, load your input data before running the test to the library and give some basic interface to access this data later in the test. So the custom libraries are really powerful. Also, there is like the remote libraries. It's heavily used in the embedded industry. I notice because they need somehow to interact with the external devices, so they use the remote libraries for that. So yeah, custom libraries is for the win. And since Mateusz said that, my favorite, my own tool is RobotID, because I'm actually a lazy engineer. I don't really like to fix something by hand. So if there is auto formatter that is doing everything for me, then I'm sold. So that's why this is my favorite own tool.
Okay. And Patrick, how about you?
At the beginning, I want to say that I'm using all of those mentioned libraries, especially Selenium library with the driver management, which I loved since 1 month after the updates. But I think the most loved libraries are always mine. Sadly to hear for everyone, but I would always stick to mine custom libraries because of our project needs. Without the manual adaptation of the library, for example, database library needs to be edited in my own way because of our needs. So we had to use a standard Python PsychoPG or Oracle database just to begin what we want to have in the future. So that is the most
Sorry to
important.
interrupt. I told you that every company modifies this library.
Yeah, true. But if I can think about some other libraries, this is just Faker. Since I think I'm data creation specialist in our project, the Faker is just my best friend.
Yeah. Okay.
I also wanted to double down on what Bartek said regarding creating issues, because it's very important if you have any feedback or idea in your head. So, until you actually share it, it stays in your head. So it's really important to share with the others your ideas, and you should not bother if it's a good one or bad one. It's an idea and it's good to share it. So don't don't hesitate, just create an issue and write what you have on your mind, and it can actually help develop the library.
Yeah, it can turn out that someone else has also the same idea and also was hesitating, and when you put the open an issue for that, so maybe you get more votes than you expected the first time, I think. So while waiting for questions from the community, I have another one. How do you keep up with the latest developments and innovations in the robot framework and its ecosystem? So maybe Patrick, you can go first.
The beginning is a sad story because we were limited to a very old version of the robot framework. I think third iteration or something like that, because we couldn't get a customer environment to work with the new Linux distribution that had limits of it. So we couldn't do an update. So I was missing almost every new feature that is present in new versions, like just if. So that was for me very painful beginning to not be allowed to track everything directly within updates. But as we are here today, I'm just trying to read personally what will be implemented. I'm trying to read every every changes in changelog that perhaps I want to use. I hope Robot Framework introduce Switch, which was introduced in Python 3.10. So I'm just waiting for new changes that I need to use.
So Bartek?
Yeah, so we actually need to kind of foresee the changes. By the time I see the change, like it's too late, people will start complaining that the tools are not working. So I usually watch some Slack channels. There are, of course, some general channels. There is development channel, but mostly reading selected posts since there is a lot of channels. So there is some stuff happening. You might pick what you prefer. And from the time to time, I watch the issues in the Robot Framework GitHub, and I see that's something looks interesting for me. For example, breaking change, but or rather change that I will need in the future in my tests. So I add myself to the watchers. So I have like email notification, whatever, something change. Sometimes I can even influence the change because Pekka is usually giving some pulls or asking for opinions. So you might actually influence where the robot framework will go just by watching the development pages. Also, I noticed that Robot Framework web page became better and better. So I just remember it's from years back. It was some static web page. It was quite pretty, but there was some paragraph of the text and that's it. And now it's have nicely written documentation, and you can actually run this documentation, run robot next to the example. So yeah, so check out the Robot Framework page. You might be surprised if you didn't do this in years. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I also think that Slack channel is a good source of when you can track the libraries you are usually working with. So there's usually info about new versions, new changes. So maybe Ed, what do you think about this?
I'm looking at this the same, looking at the development channel in the Slack. That's usually where I see a lot of my information on changes. And in part, I actually focus on what I'm working on and to a certain degree ignore everything else. And so that kind of helps me in the sense of, I'm just going to focus on this. I'll look at the general development channel to see kind of major language changes, but everything else I'm kind of going to focus on these certain things and let everything else kind of pass by, and then come back as I need it and learn. So.
Okay. And Mateusz?
So I think I'm going to just repeat what the others said. Definitely, I read the official Slack. The whole community is there, and the lead developers, Pekka is there, other very active users, library maintainers, creators, everyone is there. So if you haven't seen it already, I think you need to join. And I think there is a link somewhere on the robotframework.org page, somewhere in the middle, or you can just Control F and for Slack, and you should find it there, and you can just click and join, and just start talking with other robot framework enthusiasts. And also, it's great that Bartek mentioned about that documentation, that it's going to change, or actually it's changing right now, and it was already on the previous Wrobocon. I think I saw that the documentation for robot framework is in a definitely better shape. We have colors there. It's more interactive because yeah, back then it was just text and you need to find what you need, and now it's really good. Like so it's going in a very good direction. And when it comes to keeping up with the latest developments, I also use GitHub, as Bartek also mentioned. I look at the notifications, latest changes to Robot Framework, for example, source code, and I also use it to follow other libraries and development of any kind of RF related tools, let's say.
Okay. And have you ever considered using Robot Framework outside of automation or as a bridge between manual test execution and automated test cases? Ed, how about you?
So always have to throw in, don't forget about RPA, which is automation. But it's other than testing, it's kind of robotic process automation. The second thing is I've actually seen people do this. I have not had a personal need of kind of that manual to automation thing. Joshua Gorsup, a community member, has given kind of a workshop on this back in 2019. But he kind of has a whole set of tools that he's done, and I've seen other people demonstrate where kind of they're living in both worlds, where there's things that they automate, but also it kind of jumps out to the end user, and that user kind of can then do some interaction with it and then jump back into the automation. And so I've seen a fair number of people kind of do that dual world tooling. So
Mateusz, how about you?
Well, actually, I think I was using it mostly for test automation. And maybe I will listen to others and something will came to my mind.
Okay, so Bartek, maybe you're next.
Yeah, so I will first ask for this bridging part. So I actually use that between manual automation test. It was, I think, in embedded, we had situation like most of the flow was automated, but at some point we had to switch this red big button. And we have some funny solutions for situations like that. For example, triggering some errors could be done by external devices, like which will control the physical button. But in this case, it was not possible. So we had this stop part, and you then had to perform operations manually and response to the script, robot framework script, if you did it, and what was the outcome. So it was kind of bridge between the automatic and manual part. And also for doing the task, since I have a lot of libraries written in Robot Framework, sometimes I had to do this something like initialize the status of the environment, whatever. And it was just really easy to create some RPI script using the libraries, like clear the files there, upload this, and of course it was done to be used later in the test automation. But I kind of it wasn't test itself. I used my test libraries as in my RPI script, and yeah, it worked well.
Okay, thank you. And Patrick?
My whole presentation was about the bridge that we have created in our project. So we
Right.
had to use Robot Framework as a baseline for something, especially with the business logic that is complex. The German taxes are horrible just to understand. So it's just hard to do something manually. Send this, send this, send this, but before that, send this and that. And everything can be automated by just few keywords that we can create. So that was always used as a bridge between the manual test and automation that was implemented in the future with more complex validation, for example.
And so, Mateusz, what do you want out something to this?
I was actually thinking that everything I was doing around Robot Framework was related to actually test automation, or of course, when it comes to, for example, Robocop, it's not test automation itself, right? But it's a tool that makes the code clean for you. But it's Python based. It's not like it's library for Robot Framework, but written in Python. So when I'm thinking about writing Robot Framework code, it actually all comes to test automation in my case.
Okay. And are there any features in the Robot Framework you are waiting for? So maybe Bartek?
Yeah, so I always look for the breaking changes, but from the user perspective, there is not a lot of breaking changes. Like there was, I think, between the 2 and 3rd version of the robot framework, but later, of course, if you are using the new syntax with the previous robot framework, it would not work. But your old tests will still work with the new robot framework version. But I'm just saying this from the developer of the external tools perspective. But there are some interesting changes if you look into the milestones of the robot framework. I think we recently there is more focus, for example, on custom converters. So there is, I think, huge problem with the types in robot framework. So basically, everything is string. You can of course set it at different types, but people don't care really, and you're losing this type information at some point. And whenever you want to assert something, yeah, it's just string. Compare string to string, and these converters help you to fight with that. Also, you can create quite nice custom keywords that accept different inputs. For example, you want to compare content of the file with the table in SQL. So you can pass either path to the file, or you can pass list of dictionaries, or you can pass the data frame from the pandas. And the custom converters can auto convert the input for you. So it's, yeah, I think it's really something really useful for extending your company test framework.
Okay, and Patrick?
To be honest, more standardization. As was mentioned before, there are missing plugins that are working in the same way. Some plugins are just coloring the syntax and wherever. And in my opinion, that was the most important thing to start with, at least. Since I knew robot only for 2 years, that was horrible for me to get everything to know what exactly should be written. So I had to dig up the documentation and so on, without any external plugins that would help me with that. Of course, I'm waiting for more standardization with some Python code parsing, especially with the passing the types. I know that was also for me a little bit difficult to understand how exactly everything was passed. So I had to remember that the dollar is for that, ampersand is for that, and so on and so on. I think that was the start that I needed to have, at least. So in
And
the
I think
future, if yes, sure.
just wanted to say that I think you're also waiting for the switch keyword, right?
Yeah, true.
So, Mateusz, what is the feature that you are waiting for?
Actually, nothing specific. I just like to look at the release notes and try to also see when something is under development, what is going to be, how it's going to help users, what benefits it brings. But I don't have any real expectations towards Robot Framework. I'm really happy with all the latest changes in last years, because I think it's amazing how it is different in compared to the Robot Framework 3, for example, when I started using it. So there is a lot of new great features which make it easier to use. And I'm just hoping for the future that it will just bring new stuff that is just as cool as we have.
I totally agree. And Ed, what do you think about this?
I think I'm kind of similar to Mateusz and Patrick in the sense of nothing specific, but kind of continued working on documentation and being able to understand it, and also kind of that simplification. So kind of that simplify and educate, doing both of those, documentation and simplifying, is kind of what I'm both thinking about, and also, part of the answer to this and is contributing back. So it's not only, waiting for example, Pekka to put something in, but what could each of us kind of contribute back in? So there's that part of it too.
Yeah, why Pekka didn't do this already? Call him.
And I just recall that I think there is one specific thing, but it's not directly related to like a Robot Framework code, but it's to the whole ecosystem. So I think the style guide, which is let's say in development for some time already, and I think it's going to be soon released, because it's great that someone wanted to actually prepare, let's say, official style guide for Robot Framework code, because there were so many questions, arguments everywhere, and people are just, there's no one way to do stuff, right? And it's like with every programming language. In Python, for example, you have this block library that just auto formats your code. And we have tidy that auto formats, but then people started asking questions like, okay, tidy does it this way, is it a good way or a bad way? And everyone, like, we agree that okay, it is a good way, but well, if there is any person that can actually say like, this is the true way of writing Robot Framework code.
Yeah, people keep asking us about how we came up with this rule, and we were just like, it's just gut feeling. We just think it's a good way, but yeah, it was just us. So official style guides is a really good step forward.
Yeah, because it was very subjective, right? And now maybe it will be more objective for the whole community.
I should add an announcement or kind of a note. There's actually an open space tomorrow. I don't think I can do the calculation in my head of what time. I know it's 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is UTC -4. But it will be tomorrow if you go into the Slack channel, and I think look at some of the other forums, but there will be an hour kind of presentation on the style guide tomorrow.
So if I'm not mistaken, it would be 3 p.m. Polish time.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So the next question, actually, I was waiting for a question like that. Have you ever tried using AI, for example, ChatGPT, for writing tests in robot framework? What are your experiences? So maybe Ed first.
I'll give my kind answer, which is I think if you're interested in using it as a tool and you find it helpful, please go ahead and use it. Other than that, my answer is no, a big, hard, firm no. And it's because long discussion on that one, but mostly in the sense that I think it has a fundamental problem of building up its answer from out of nowhere. Well, both from real things and out of nowhere. And I've seen too many examples of people coming into the Slack forums, and I'm happy for you to do this. Come into the Slack forum and say, I need some help with this code. And you're like, okay. And they said, ChatGTP generated this code for me. It says, use this library. And it was a very interesting question of use this library. And we're like, okay, where did this library come from? And I kind of Googled the library, don't find anything. And I'm like, well, why don't you go back to ChatGPT and ask them where this library came from? And there's an example I can give. It's like, oh, Renee made this library. I was like, oh, I know who Renee is. So I go ask Renee, Renee, did you ever make this library? Never heard of it in my life. I was like, you didn't kind of make it in private, never use it, and then hide it? It's like, no, never did anything. And so it was one of those type of things. And it's kind of I would love to have a statistic on how much time does it take to write your own code versus how much time does it take to write code with ChatGPT and then correct it. That's where you start to see that. And so for me personally, no. If you find it helpful, in learning, or if you find it helpful in kind of starting where you're going, go right ahead.
And maybe it was ChatGPT 5 from that analyzes data from the future.
It could be.
Maybe
Yeah.
I haven't started working on that library yet.
Yes.
Yeah. So Mateusz, what's your thought about this?
Well, so actually, I'm using ChatGPT, not that much, I would say, but I'm using it. And I have never used it for writing robot framework code. And the reason behind that is that I just don't trust this code to be correct. I trust myself a bit more when it comes to coding. And I think I just don't need it. I don't need to generate code. But I think it's really good, and I see benefits when I work with the code to just sometimes ask some questions, not maybe directly to writing code, but explaining some parts, looking for some answers, how to solve a problem or some algorithmic problems, issues. So any kind of this information, it can lead me to the answer. Sometimes even not showing me the answer, it can certainly lead me, the right direction, and then I can solve it.
Okay, and Patrick?
When it comes to law, the things got more complicated because since I'm working in a public project, artificial intelligence needs to have something to work with. We would have to provide the information that are not publicly open. That is big no for our project to use anything like that. We can use some support with manual created question about how something could be solved, what library is good for something, but strictly writing test cases is a big no in our case. It's just not possible to provide such information openly. Perhaps it's a worth to think about creating some centered aggregation internally for our organization, but right now it's just a proof of concept. We cannot just use it directly right now, at least.
Okay, Bartek?
Yeah, so I actually worked in the company, Mateusz, that had some AI backend. I discovered it some time back, which worked as kind of copilot. So it used our code. So it was not this gray copyright area that is just using someone else's code. And it was really helpful to start with. It just gave me correct suggestions based on my code. So it saw that in other test library, I use that. So maybe you want to use something else. So you just need to click tab and iterate. It was really fast to develop. But it was more like helper. I didn't use to generate the test itself because I really think that, for example, with Robot Framework, where you have low entry level and your test is kind of documentation, I don't trust the AI that much. I actually see it as it is. It's not true AI, of course. It's like some language engine that is just really good at copy pasting answers, really good. I think even authors of this engine didn't anticipate it. And if you want to use it as a kind of helper, then yeah, go ahead. But still, I cannot trust it to create the test itself. I still need to base on the requirements, and requirements doesn't exist often, so I need to get them, etc. So I'm already doing the heavy part. So then just coding is my fun part. So I don't don't want to give it to some bot to do this.
Yeah. Actually, I have some similar experience like Ed mentioned when the ChatGPT was introduced and was something new. I wanted to check if he can write robot framework code, and he suggested a library that actually doesn't exist. So it's maybe a good thing just to get a first glance of the problem, the direction in which you can develop your own code, but certainly not use it directly. So just copy paste. So yeah, thank you guys. That was our 50 minutes for the panel discussion. This was a great talk. Thank you for joining, for your time, for the talk, the presentation you had before, and for this talk. And if everything goes according to plan, I hope we will see us again at Wrobocon next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and now I would like to pass the mic to Adam. You are muted, I think. Okay, now.
It's difficult when two people try to unmute one person
Yeah,
at the same
exactly.
time. Thank you for moderating this discussion. I find it very helpful and very thrilling. And actually, I will wrap up the whole conference. Thank you all for joining us. I feel the presentations this year were very fine, and I'm very happy about the level that the speakers brought to this event. Also, maybe some of you caught the glimpse of Pekka Clark visiting us in the meantime. He was just traveling to the birthday of his friend and decided to drop in, leave a note. So, hi Pekka, hopefully you will watch it in the future. And I thank all the speakers. I thank all the panel members, and I thank you, Krzysztof, for moderating this. It was a great experience.
It was a pleasure for me.
I wanted to say, last year we had 175 participants that registered for the event. This year, I just checked the numbers. We are up to 247 people. Of course, there is some difference. I saw some double bookings, so to say. So someone clicked and the system reported it as two people signing up. So hopefully, some 240 people signed up. And this is a great sign. So this means that we must be doing something right. Hopefully you think so as well, and we will see each other next year in the Wrobocon 2024. Especially that some of you followed my advice. You introduced yourself using this link here, and some of you already said you are ready to present and you have some ideas about what to present in the next conference. We've been discussing this topic extensively internally in our company, and we would like to start preparation for the next conference as soon as possible, so to gain some partners and sponsors and the speakers, and maybe repeat the panel discussion because it was such a fun experience. So you may expect us to reach out to you as a community and ask what you think about the event. I will be happy to hear from you, and I will be happy to learn what other topics are interesting for you. Also, Ed mentioned that the Wrobocon 2024 is coming. It will happen at the break of February and March, if I remember correctly. Some colleagues from Polish community and from Nice Project also signed up for leading the tutorials, workshops, and the speeches at that conference. So if you sign up, there will be a great opportunity to meet in person and maybe share some in-person experiences. And this will be a great opportunity for me to introduce the mail you should all await, because I will send it in a couple of minutes. This mail will contain, first of all, the feedback form. I will be awaiting the feedback from you about the conference, but it also will contain the rebate code from the Robot Framework Foundation, which you can use to book your Wrobocon attendance with 10% off. This is quite a lot because the prices are steadily going up. The promo code is valid until the end of the year. So if you were thinking about attending Wrobocon, this is the best opportunity to shell out some money, use the Robocode as soon as possible, and save some cash and come meet us. Hopefully we will all be there, and we will be one of the largest nations present at Wrobocon. From other news, our company has been hosting some open spaces in Wrocław so far, and I hope that we will host some more. If you want to come, just contact us. I think that so far you can check our webpage and see where our office is, and you can reach out to me or Krzysztof directly, and we will be happy to let you know when the open space is happening. But if you are thinking about hosting an open space somewhere else in Poland, or other open space in Wrocław as well, please let us know. So Krzysztof here is maintaining the weekly newsletter about news from the community globally, and we are very happy to share the information about other events happening in Poland via this communication channel, and our social media is also available for the community to use. So let us know if you are doing something fun related to Robot Framework in Poland, and we can spread the love further and increase your reach, so you don't have to work again and again like we had to last year. And last but not least, we are present at the official Robot Framework Slack channel. There is a #Wrobocon channel where we are gathering some members. If you sign up to the Robot Framework channel, please come by, say hi, and we will be happy to say hi back, and we can discuss anything or discuss this conference, next 15 years of conferences if you wish. And I wanted to say it's been a blast for me personally, and I think that Krzysztof can also say he's satisfied with how everything went. And thank you all, and good job, team. Good job, crowd. See you soon.
Thank
and
you.
bye.
See you soon.